Hello and welcome back to Week in Review with the one and only Doovid. I'm your host, Jen. Church of Entropy, happy to be back here this 20th day of November. Wow. 2022 is passing very swiftly. Looking forward to recapping the week. Over to you, Doovid, for the introductions.
Okay, yeah, great to be back. Nice, another week in review. I see last week was the single most popular ever week in review, first one to break 1,000 views, and so thanks to Fork Shark for joining and sharing
It's kind of
his.
bittersweet because it's like it had nothing to do with either of us, but yay.
Um, I'm not sure that's the case. I mean, he came on as a guest. He shared his wisdom, but yeah, it was almost all his crowd. And we'll see if any of Forex Shark fans are in the chat tonight. Feel free to shout yourself out. And although we probably won't talk about that topic at all or much, and good for him that he grew so big because he didn't have such a big following the last time he was on. In fact, I don't think he had any following. I don't think he had any social media or any platform that if he would have tweeted it out, that would have garnered. I think he even had over 200 live viewers, more than I've ever had on my channel. And so, that was interesting. We could talk about that if you want. And he went for over 2 hours. And so I don't know how many view hours you got on that, but you probably got over 1,000 view hours. So
I didn't go and look at the stats there. I suppose I could.
if you were monetized, you probably would have got super chats. So Raymond Ali screenshot the picture of me in my Einstein relativity book and props. So it was mostly good feedback on the show. But yeah, we talked almost exclusively about Forex and Sam Bankman-Fried and FTX, which was just because it was a major news story of the week. And God forbid, I prepared some stuff on Taylor Swift for this week, and I never really thought much about her, did much research into it. I don't have an expert guest. I can't even think of a single Taylor Swift fan that I know. I don't know if you've heard of Taylor Swift or
Well, I mean, I've heard of her. Maybe
I
we
can't
don't
even
hang
think.
out with the kinds of people who are fans with people like that
Yeah,
because
so
it's
just
who like who are we fans of? I'm not saying all our fanships are ironic, but like you know what I mean. Kind of a different maybe class of like celebs.
yeah, I don't think anyone who likes Taylor Swift would be likely to watch Week in Review, although it's possible. And it's still in the news, the FTX. But yeah, I guess she is the most famous person in the world, and why she was in the news was because she announced her tour, and ticket sales through the roof. People are paying like $500 a ticket, and so I did a little research on that. But so Stuart Hammeroff made an appearance. This was a few weeks ago, but yeah, I tend to watch almost all of his appearances. So if you watch him regularly, there's nothing new. But I said, still keep a goal in mind that maybe me and Jennifer will meet in Sicily next year for the Science of Consciousness conference. So definitely still following that. Here, David Chalmers also from a month ago. Kind of the same like stump speech that they give. So it's good to be famous and popular enough to have a stump speech. So I'm going to save this, the Ashish Delayla. Maybe we'll go over that more in details. Sam Harris talked about Sam Bankman-Fried. I guess damage control, as he had given him glorious approval for the effective altruism, and was just like thunderstruck in his own video. He was just like, there's no reason to believe that he was a fraudster or whatever, but he admitted he might have a weak read on people or not understand crypto, and that it's possible that people had possibly invested and lost money based on his interview, which he apologized for. Um, this was an interesting synopsis of big news. Just
Yeah, I think you mean synopsis.
yeah, synopsis. Do you read newspapers?
Well, there's like a local sort of. I guess it's a newspaper. It's free though, so I'm not sure. Are
You
you
read
talking
a
about
local?
physical copies? Like I definitely read websites of newspapers, but I'm not sure what you mean there.
Yeah, my mom still gets the local paper. Even the New York Times doesn't publish anymore, just online. But the Detroit Free Press only delivers a few days a week. But online. I was curious if you check the newspaper daily, you check just local, or you check news sources daily.
Just hang on a second. I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, I check multiple newspapers every day. I was talking to a local woman who had a problem with her student loans and like missed the deadlines. I was like, well, like, how'd you not know? And I guess she doesn't read newspapers. So like, I'm a news hound, possibly like forex shark and money in business. Um, Maybe women in general are less likely to read newspapers, although my mom's the newspaper reader, my father's not a newspaper reader. But I pointed out the news last week already, and newspaper reader. I've lost my screen share, but I'll share the link anyways. But it's a video
Yeah, I'm
from.
just trying to share the link. Sorry, and it's not letting me do both at the same time. So I'll be able to reshare you in just a minute, or not even a minute.
Um, yeah, so there's been mass layoffs. I shared last week about Meta and some of the H-1B1 visas, but there's been mass layoffs across the tech sector. So, Meme, say thanks for popping in. So here's a nice over coverage video about quite a few of the layoffs, some of the reasons, some to look possibly uh, forward to. So Israel also was making posts about that. Um, Here Nakamura had a video on chess, why so many chess players are broke. Basically saying that only the top tens of players who make it to the invitational tournaments really have a chance of collecting the big prize fund and making a living off of it. So it's actually, I'm not even going to share that one. So I did a stream on my channel this week. My weekly show is going pretty good. My Freemasonry video is up to 400 views, almost 200 view hours. That one, I have confidence was a good production, might get 1,000 views, um, and keep on being good content moving forward. My one on civil engineering got was only an hour, got less than 20 hours view times, over 100 clicks, but may not be as interesting. The one on Hinduism, decent viewership. The
You mean
Holocaust,
the one on books about Hinduism?
yeah, but
I mean, I'm pretty sure the live ones usually get, especially when you have guests, like way more views.
well, I didn't have any guests on. I did at the end on the Freemasonry one. A person who's been watching my video the first time I spoke to him, the Bakura Productions or whatever. He said he'd reach out, wanted to interview me, but hasn't done that. So, yeah. So IC3, I put the link in the chat because I was done with my books after like an hour and 15 minutes, and I was just going to end the stream. And then IC3 came on. So we spoke for a few hours, and let's probably get decent viewership. World War II and the Holocaust is an important topic. So I cover my books, and then IC3 spoke for a while on different topics. Jennifer shared this Cartesian theater, um, derisive term coined by philosopher and cognitive scientist David Dennett to refer pointedly to defining aspect of what he calls Cartesian materialism, which he considered to be the often unacknowledged remnants of Cartesian dualist and modern materialist theories of mind.
Have we talked about this? Because I don't
I mention
recall.
it constantly. I don't
Yeah.
think an episode goes by where I don't mention this, and that's
Oh.
my point about uh, etymology and the remnants of.
Well, you're always talking about dualism, but I don't know. I don't remember you saying Cartesian theater per se. Maybe we talk about some stuff related to whatever that this is. It's not even clear what this is saying. It seems to be setting up some sort of argument against consciousness.
He's. It looks. I've heard the term. Maybe I've mentioned it. I don't even think I've used it in any of my writings, but it's a term coined by Dennett, and there's the theater of the mind view of consciousness that might go to Hobbes. If you look at let's see, the theater of the mind. Um, no, here it's going. Some there are similar concepts. I don't know if I've mentioned the Dennett idea, and it's a derisive term that just means when people talk in dualistic terms, even though they're not dualists. So
Well,
Descartes
they're
had
not
like,
explicitly asserting their dualism. I mean, I don't think people will get up in the morning and think, "Golly gosh, I'm happy to be a dualist today." Could be wrong on
well,
that, but
I call it the best of both worlds fallacy, where if you're no longer a
sounds a
dualist,
lot like the all things to all people fallacy.
that's similar, although that's different. But the best of both worlds hypothesis, like if you're either a dualist or a monist or a materialist, and if you're a materialist, you don't get the benefit of dualistic thought towards consciousness. And so if consciousness arises from the brain, the
I'm
introspect
really confused. Can you just repeat that? I don't think I could understand what you said there.
if I mean, it's kind of random because I've mentioned this idea basically every episode for a year. Um,
Yeah,
but
but there's still it's not clear what aspect of it you're like focusing on.
I mentioned it because dualism was the historical norm for over 1,000 years. Almost all of the terminology and historical precedents for theory of mind was dualistic in nature, like just like the word psychology, which means the study of the soul, even though today psychology implies a materialistic science. Um, but most colloquial, like when I was on active inference, they called folk science of common understandings of the mind.
So stuff like
Come,
assuming a soul exists, stuff like that.
no, I don't think that Cartesian theater implying like the theories of Plato, Descartes. Uh,
I didn't say Cartesian theater implies that. I said folk psychology presumes a soul.
yeah, I mean,
Like you ask most people if they believe in a soul, they'd probably say yes.
folk
Maybe I'm wrong
psychology
there,
is
but
folk
I
psych.
don't know.
It means that like Hinduism, Judaism, Greeks, early Christians, almost all theories of mind are dualistic. So if you're talking about a theory of mind that sources in dualism, that's what Dennett is deriding with the Cartesian theater. I mean, saying it's scientifically inaccurate. If you're not a dualist, these historic theories of mind are inaccurate and have no basis in modern science. So that's the Cartesian theory, derisive term coined by David Dennett to refer pointedly to defining aspects of what he calls Cartesian materialism, which he considers to be often unacknowledged remnants of Cartesian dualism. Um, Descartes originally claimed that consciousness requires a material soul, which interacts with the body via the pineal gland. Dent says that when the dualism is removed, what remained of Descartes' original model amounts to imagining a tiny theater in the brain where a homunculus, now physical, performs the task of observing all sensory data projected on a screen at a particular instant, making the decision and sending out commands. The term Cartesian theater was brought up in the context of multiple drafts model that Dennett posits and consciousness explained. Cartesian materialism is the view that there is a crucial finish line or boundary somewhere in the brain, making a place where the order of arrival equals the order of presentation in experience, because what happens there is what you are conscious of. Many theorists would insist that they have explicitly rejected such an obvious bad idea, but the persuasive imagery of the Cartesian theater keeps coming back to haunt us, lay people and scientists alike, even after its ghostly dualism has been denounced and exercised. So that's why I'm putting the best of both worlds fallacy, where if you reject dualism, you can't then maintain the explanatory power of historically dualist theories of mind. And
That
so
makes sense.
if you're trying to understand a theory of mind based on Hindu, Judeo-Christian spirituality, or the Greeks or medieval philosophy that posits that consciousness does not arise from the physical, that it's non-scientific and fallacious, that say that you have to. I'm not saying you have to, but you discard these ancient theories, even though they might have power, because there's no model. If it doesn't have neural correlates of consciousness, then it can't be true.
So if it doesn't accept the modern, so you're basically saying the modern theories on consciousness are inconsistent with the old ones.
Modern theories on consciousness are biological. Old theories on consciousness are spiritual. So basically, all old theories of consciousness have been discarded, except for the ones that correspond with modern neurological testing, like cognitive dissonance. So, I mean, cognitive dissonance is somewhat recent, some Freudian stuff, but all the old theories that came through introspection and philosophical, theological traditions are rejected unless they could have some sort of biological origin, neural correlates of consciousness. You have psychometric validation, things like IQ, and it's very difficult because almost nothing has been validated by neural correlates of consciousness. Some has validation in psychometric data, but that's why it's a huge problem. The Cartesian theater, and Den is referring specifically to the concept of the observer. So if you think like the I am not my body, the I is my soul that observes my body. And so this Cartesian theater of the I, the controller that's non-material and controls and observes myself, there's no physical understanding of that. So if you have a theory, if you're a materialist and have a theory of mind that has this controller aspect, it's a remnant of Cartesian dualism, and not just Cartesian dualism, historical dualism. And so it's a big problem. That's what I debated with T-Jump.
I don't think Cartesian dualism is historical dualism exactly. I think there's that maybe Cartesian dualism is a specific type of historical dualism.
Yes, I mean he just calls it the Cartesian theater, but even Aristotle and Plato, or any, in reality, even Vedic and Judeo-Christian, Vedic suppositions where consciousness does not arise from the material brain. That's what I said, non-scientific. That's what I said, that if it's a dualistic theory, the concept of, the Bhagavad Gita, of the chariot driver, the soul, the super soul, being an observer, that there's no scientific basic for such a thing. And if you include that in your theory of consciousness, then it's not a materialistic theory, or you're supposing something that has no material evidence for it. So it's likely a remnant of an older unscientific theory, which
Cool.
was my main point on, because the Vedas are not scientific. It's a competitive system that goes against science.
Well, I'd need a citation on that, but let's not go down that again. Let's just go through week in review.
God forbid.
But just to finish, like, you'd agree most Indian scholars would affirm the Vedas are scientific, or at least like the result of it is science comes from it to be technically correct. That would be the opinion.
Actually, Forex Shark came on before I had a chance to read
whether it accords with like Western science. You'd agree most Indian scholars would agree that it is something capable of driving science. Yes. Anyway, people can look this up themselves.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to get into the etymology trap of.
I'm sorry, it's not an etymology trap. It's what the scholars say. Now, the guy who, I'm sorry, I forget his name, but the one who went on Theology Unleashed, he's affirmed it's scientific.
Well, Ashish Dalila said.
Yeah, there you go.
No, so I mean, he's affirmed it as well. His article, he said the opposite. And that's said, like, we mean the Vedic scholars don't speak English. So the Vedic scholars are not going to be trying to defend a Greek concept, and they would probably attack the Greek concept. And so say that if it's an English-speaking Vedic scholar, that they would even translate a word that say that Veda translates into science. And no, I would say you're definitely incorrect, because it goes back to the language.
So you think most Indian scholars would say Veda is a competitor system to science, to Western science?
If they're an English-speaking one that was brought up in the English-speaking world, possibly, but I mean, if they don't speak English, definitely not. They would almost certainly have a competitive where Vedas is in opposition to Greek thought. And if you want to say science, they would have
I think that it's Greek thought that's in opposition to Vedas. That's more accurate. Yeah.
Well,
so
either
one
one
came along later. That's the one tends to be understood as being.
So if you're saying engineering and technology or scientific theories, if they claim that they could be derived or their origin is the Vedas, I don't think that they would make a strong point on science itself, because science is a Greek wisdom. They might claim that the Greeks based their wisdom off of Vedic knowledge, but the term itself, or what the Greek conception, I mean, you're making a category error. So say Vedic scholars don't speak English, don't speak Greek, and so they would have no.
Yeah, science is a method.
Have no reason
we've been over the fact that science is a method, and that's something I invite you to research on your own time. So we can continue with this wonderful news article here.
Yeah, you're still making the same category error. You're saying science is a Greek word that is in reference to a method that the Vedic scholars might have the similar or same conception of that method, but science is still a Greek word and a Greek classifier. So you're making the category error when you're emphasizing the word science, which is unimportant, in saying that you acknowledge that science is a Greek classifier. Yes, actually, the New York Times still has Sam Bankman-Fried on their speaker series for November 30th, including Mark Zuckerberg and Janet Yellen and Zelensky. I'm not sure. Maybe he's still going to speak there. It's possible. who knows? Maybe they still think he's going to speak, but um, saying the nature of the
Well, he's still
corruption.
on there on the event.
This is this is the Twitter, and um, here's the New York Times. Apply to attend, $2,600. He's still up there, the number three, right next to Ben Affleck, Mark Zuckerberg, Zelensky. So
How big of a story is it? I mean, I don't want to sound cynical that thinking it's possible no one knows
that
or
what?
cares.
Well, I mean, they disinvite him just because he lost all his money or is being indicted. I'm not sure. Like he was an invited speaker going back. This event's probably planned months ago. People have probably already bought a bunch of tickets, and he was an invited speaker. They didn't take him down. This is the current New York Times right now. He's still there. He's still found. I mean, so maybe he's still invited. Maybe he shows up. November 30th. It's possible he still shows up. I don't know, but just showing the level
Well, it's
of.
a modern mystery, and we'll be waiting with bated breaths. See what happens.
It's not a modern mystery.
It
Saying
kind
that
of is if you want to spin it that way, and I do for myself, if that's all right. Whether he's going to this is a mystery because it hasn't happened yet, and we don't know.
yeah, but I'm saying why he was
It
invited is not a mystery. He only fell in the last week, so a week and a half. So the fact that he was invited and one of the keynote speakers is no surprise. We'll see what happens. We got Netanyahu and Zelensky, Yellen, Zuckerberg. So yeah, it will be curious that So people are saying, um, pointing out, but I'm pointing out the New York Times still has him up there. So presumably, New York Times is expensive paper, one of the biggest businesses in the world. Presumably, if he was uninvited, they would have taken him down. So maybe he will be there. Tough to know. And yeah, I mean, there's many reasons. Even if he is fallen, even if he is going to jail, they would still want him there. I don't know. So here was this news, like his little Twitter exchange, where he sounds like he's blaming it on his girlfriend. Bankman Fried also gave millions of dollars to Vox News, and
What's
so
going on? Like half the article is screenshots of DMs. Is this the
yes,
future?
I guess the interview took place over Twitter, and so you kind of made him look bad. Where it's kind of like so were you a fraud the whole time? Did you really care about regulation? Um, and just the fact that the interview was conducted over Twitter message. So Adam Green, I was on Adam Green Tuesday night, and we actually went for over 4.5 hours. He called me Tuesday at like 1 o'clock, and asked me if I'd seen Ari Shafir's Jew, which I hadn't. He said, good, we'll review it together. And so we streamed later that night at 7, and we talked for like an hour and a half about other topics, including SBF and various things we hadn't talked in maybe even like 8 months or quite a while. And then we reviewed Ari Shafir, the Jewish comics recent Jew. That was his comedy sketch, and I guess Shafir is a former Orthodox Jew. So he played like an hour of it, and then we talked about various things and the Kaporis, the God forbid we even talked about like attractive Jewish women, what makes a woman attractive, being intelligent or physically attractive, what's more important. This is like, does having a rich father make a woman attractive? I guess it's like sexually attractive, but there's features that are attractive. So I told him, we argued about whether laughter in general is degenerate. He was surprised when I told him that the Talmud has a negative view on laughter. But so, when any Adam Green fans, um,
Why would that be surprising?
we said it was his longest show ever, and So it's was 4.5 hours. So it was Tuesday. Here was a quick
Four
news
and a half
clip.
hours. Haha, what a rookie. Just kidding. Go ahead.
Um,
This
China's
was fucking rough. I actually felt bad for him walking out of that room when I saw this. I was like, ow.
yeah, this is in the East, and basically he's saying like, like you're not trustworthy. He said you disclosed private information to the press, and then and then Trudeau's kind of like saying like
He
you're like
tried to
I
come back with a quip about like, well, we have I don't remember what he said. Sorry.
like free press and transparency, and then you could see uh, the body language where he's kind of distancing himself and he's just shaking his head like you untrusty, horrible leader, pathetic. And God forbid, like I mean, my impression is China's winning. These battles that are going on, Biden, um,
Well,
Trudeau,
in
America,
terms of the
U.S.
optics of the whole thing, I mean, it's definitely a you know, not a good look for Trudeau.
Um, well, I mean, if he's trying to be tough on him and saying like, yes, I will say to the public everything that you say in private, and if you want to set the rules that I can't say what you say in private to the press, then we're not going to talk anymore. And if somehow he's going to spin that as some sort of win, like God forbid that news story is that the Elizabeth Holmes and her
Yeah.
like Hindu guru.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself.
Yeah, I guess she got sentenced to 11 years in prison. I forget if that guy was like Hindu or Muslim or some sort of like guru, or they were also having sexual relations. And she tried to blame it on him, but it didn't work.
Seriously?
That she tried to blame it on him and it didn't work.
I guess I haven't been following the story, but I'll have to check it out.
Well, it might have been his idea, but I mean, she's the one who stole the money. So even if he was encouraging her
Yeah, I was
in the
gonna
beginning,
say I'm not gonna lie, she doesn't come across as the mastermind. Anyone spending that much time in that contrived of a fake voice ain't spending it on tech. No offense.
well, I mean, so even if he was like her boyfriend or fed her these ideas or exerted some sort of psychic control over her, she's the one who committed the crime. She was the one who was the CEO. She was the main one who made the money. There was really no way for her to spin it off on him. Like at most, he could have. I don't even think he got punished at all, or they even tried indicting him on any crime. But it was a little random that she had some sort of like uh, quasi Hindu guru controlling her mind.
I never heard him described as a guru. I mean, just seems I don't want to say it seems like a regular guy, but
Well, I'm saying because he was a fake guru, but I'm saying it was some sort
but
of
he
guru.
wasn't walking around like a guru, was he? Wasn't he always in suits and stuff? I watched the documentary on this. It's kind of very interesting.
Well, I mean, that he used some sort of like Vedic mind control techniques on
Okay,
her.
now you're just way off. Now I don't know where. I feel like the more I try to bring this trail back to sanity, the more you divert. So let's just move on.
Um, yeah, I mean, because you look at guru as a positive thing, so you say that well, if he was doing that, he wasn't a real guru, but still probably
That is
know
actually not what I was thinking. My question is, did this guy consider himself a guru? And was he going around the office, and people were like, ooh, there he is. And I'm thinking, I didn't get that vibe, but I don't know.
well, he might have just been a guru just to her, and
Oh, so this is just your own idea. Well, this is all the evidence that we have so far. So have to follow this story also with bated breath.
what? No, I'm trying. I can't even think of this guy's name, but now I seem to remember something like some sort of Hinduism thing with him, and that she claimed he was doing some sort of like Hindu mind tricks on her.
She was doing Hindu mind tricks on him. Sorry, what?
Ramesh Sunny Balwani um, was her boyfriend, and I mean, he's from Pakistan. He's a Hindu. I forget where I saw it, but if he they yeah, I mean, maybe they just used the language. He was a love guru. Um, that if he portrayed himself as some sort of love guru, business guru. So I'm not sure that it just used the word that whatever the case was, you're the one who made the meme, and you have
I'm the
him
one
as
who made the meme of what? This one? I mean, this just could be like lithium posting. I don't know. The person I couldn't help myself. It was funny as hell.
yeah. I mean, you have him like the Chad.
That doesn't mean that translates to guru, but yeah, I mean, this is a I feel like a new level of hair splitting. I don't know if you heard that they've added new levels of like mass and size. Anyway, what's this video here? Ooh,
This
undiscovered
PBS
element.
space time. Just are there undiscovered elements beyond the periodic table? The possibility that there could actually be more elements beyond the island, or we call the island of stability possibility. So just PBS. MIT just released a new course, Introduction to Functional Analysis. So you could check out the syllabus. So here is the new MIT course on Introduction to Functional Analysis, including Hilbert space and I haven't even heard a lot of these theorems, but hopefully I have time to watch this. So a new upper level MIT course. Actually, I have more math books to show also. So here, Tesla, um, Elon Musk, and Jack Dorsey were on a stream together talking about Bitcoin. It actually wasn't particularly interesting. Um, didn't even mention Twitter, but it was interesting that Elon Musk and
That is really on.
well, it only has like 1,300 views. Like, God forbid, Tesla Live.
Wow.
Tesla Live. Um, I guess I don't know. The video is like hidden or something, so it's a little unclear. Like, I don't
Okay,
even
wait.
remember.
So they went live and then put the video unlisted? I'm so confused here.
Well, the video is not listed because I mean you could click on it, it should open, but it's not listed on their channel. So I don't even remember how I saw it or if I was just searching and it came up, even though it's not listed. So it's only got 1,300 views. So Tesla Live. So you want to insight. I watched this whole symposium. It wasn't that good. It was just kind of like, I mean, it was Ohio State, the far right, examining its roots and challenging its reach. They didn't have any famous scholars. They had like 20, like 15 different people, some presentations. Um, just like Ohio State seminar. But I follow that kind of stuff, so I watched anyways. Um, so I had some stuff on Taylor Swift. God forbid, let me get a little more of this off my disc. So this is an older course, but I'm watching it now anyways. From 13 years ago, Introduction to the Theory of Literature from Yale, undergraduate course, just kind of like basic stuff. 3 blue, 1 brown had on convolution, and convolution is related to the fast Fourier transform. I think it's the technique involved in the Fourier-Fast transform and other mathematical techniques. I'd shared this before, but this from like a month ago. So 3 blue, 1 brown had a competition for math explanatory videos, and I guess they had quite a few of them. So if there's like 200 more of them, like of just random people who submitted videos, there's hundreds of them. I'm not gonna have time to watch through them. If any of the people in the chat really like this type stuff, want to watch through some of these and recommend them. 419 submissions, and I think they had a handful of finalists for their math explanatory videos. So anyone want to check through that? Sabina Hassenfelder, I can't watch her news thing, but I've been watching her little segments, but her news I can't even watch. But here she's talking about, does consciousness influence quantum effects? And she's
this whole idea of the correspondence principle. It's like, get a brain. Okay, there's no reason the correspondence principle has to be true. That's something that was put on, a metaphysical constraint of the Copenhagen interpretation. Cope and heavy coping going on there. No evidence for the correspondence principle. Can be disproven with macroscopic non-locality.
Yeah, well, she does take a somewhat neutral stance to.
I'm pretty sure she affirmed the correspondence principle indirectly, and I was just like, fuck this. I just couldn't finish it. I definitely didn't get to this point.
She interviews Penrose in her latest book, which I'm not going to buy, but very few people talking about the topic. So Sabina Hassenfelder, probably even though she's somewhat of a pejorative take on it, she's probably the biggest name, most viewed person talking about the topic. So here's more Tesla stuff. This is their 2023 SpaceX update on the current state of SpaceX, and they also had some update on the car manufacturer. But it's kind of interesting. Update. Click on all these commercials. God forbid Les Glassman of Root and Branch, his YouTube channel got whacked. He's had issues with it before, and I was telling Jennifer, when it says terminated, that usually means that it's YouTube taken down and will not be back. And I know he's had strikes before. God forbid he has hundreds of interviews with Holocaust survivors. He's a little right wing. So, God forbid. Here, World Star Hip Hop, just before the Nets game, Kyrie Irving is back and playing, and they had hundreds of Black Israelites outside of the Nets stadium chanting, showing support for Kyrie Irving and Black Israelitism. This united Israelites in Christ or something like that. So we'll see where that goes. But Kyrie Irving is back, and God forbid that Kanye West, is planning on running for president in 2024, and he's announcing Milo Yiannopoulos as his campaign manager. I guess Nick Fuentes was there. I'm not sure if he had any part of it. They say maybe he just photobombed it and didn't have anything to do with it. But to some extent, he probably have better chance with Nicholas Fuentes than Milo Yiannopoulos. But it was such an interesting update in Kanye West. It's possible that maybe he will team up with Nick Fuentes, but Milo Yiannopoulos, weird teaming there. So Crucible or Destiny, they had the big debate con. Did you watch any of it? Modern Day Debate had their.
I briefly tuned in, but the honestly audio wasn't great, and I didn't see most of it, sadly.
I didn't watch any of them. I watched just the recent Matt Dillahunty versus Destiny because Destiny seemed to admit it on his own channel. He lost the debate, and Dillahunty.
Nice. There's not enough concessions going on. It leads to really bad faith. Like, I'm not saying roll over, but certain people, Daryl, who like been explaining the same point many times, can't see the difference between understanding that a point has been made and agreeing with the point. Maybe that's not the hill to die on.
You know, I guess like Alex Stein got in Destiny's face. Maybe the Muslim debates were good. The Muslims take debate somewhat seriously, but I'm probably not going to watch them. You know, I'd mentioned when T Jump debated, God forbid, Zen Shapiro, and he mentioned on abortion, and his defense for abortion was self-defense. So I think, you know, Matt Dillahunty, for whatever reason, was, I guess Destiny is also pro-choice, but is less pro-choice than Dillahunty, and he was giving the bodily autonomy, and his claim was that it doesn't matter if it's a personhood. You know, like that T Jump framed it in self-defense, but the bodily autonomy, that even if it is a life, the life necessitates damage or the bodily autonomy of the woman. Therefore, even if it is murder, God forbid, that the woman should have the right to do it. And I guess Destiny's opinion is like some form of consciousness, or that at some point, you know, the baby reaches a certain level, it shouldn't be able to be aborted. So Dillahunty had you basically complete, we'll say, pro-choice, and he claims like, you know, it's a woman's issue. Like my dad also agrees. Like, you know, I have pro-life leanings, but it's not my issue. It's a woman's issue. But Dillahunty was saying he defends the idea of bodily autonomy, and that would be inclusive of abortion. And so that wasn't even that great. So like, you know, that looks like it got the most views and was from the best of the debates. It looks like Dillahunty, and he kind of does a dig at Destiny, where, you know, like, you're just a gamer. We're kind of like, I'm a serious debater, you're a gamer. But you know, I mean, props to James for trying.
Yeah, I guess Dillahunty did go on Theology Unleashed, get what appeared to be pounded pretty hard. Speaking of the old poundy.
Pretty hard. Well, we had a friendly conversation with Green, the Yogeshwara, but maybe I thought Dillahunty did relatively well and is the most popular guest on Theology Unleashed.
He did good, but he didn't win the debate.
Well, it wasn't even a debate. You mean with Green?
All right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if that was a debate, he didn't win, and that's all I was saying.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't even a debate. It was just a conversation, questioning, and now, I mean, if it was a debate, he probably would have won because Green admitted that there's no reason to believe in it. You know, so he just kind of explained the belief system without defending it, in similar to Hiri Dainanda on T Jump, where, you know, if it was a debate, you know, like, well, you know, like, he's not trying to logically prove that it's true, but if he wanted an explanation of why he finds the meaning in it, or his understanding of what it says. So it was just a conversation, not a debate. And I mean, I would disagree. I think if it was a debate, Dillahunty would have won. But Ralph was on the Crucible. I thought I saw Spirit Man somewhere else. Like, maybe he's making the round.
He's been on the Crucible already, debating somebody else. I want to say Zen Shapiro, but I don't think it's him.
Yeah, so Jennifer shared this. I stopped watching the Crucible. I guess I had my beef with Andrew. It was actually related to Adam Green. Like, he asked, like, I mean, he was on Week in Review, like related to Politically Provoked, and he came on and said the history, and we had talked a tiny bit, and then he asked me to book him Adam Green, and uh, and I did that, and he even tried booking Adam Green unsuccessfully, and then he thanked me, and he's like he owes me one, and then we were talking afterwards, and he like confronting me like, how come you know so many anti-Semites? And I was like, I don't think Adam Green's anti-Semitic, and I was mentioning like, okay, debate counter-Semites, and then I was mentioning that I would debate him with Adam Green against Christianity, and I think conceptually it was just too complicated for him to understand how me and Adam Green would team up in a debate against Christianity, and so I think he just started like cursing me or something to check the DMs, but he's basically like, you're subversive, you're a horrible person, like you're anti-Christian or whatever he said. So we just stopped talking after that. And
That
then I
is
saw,
somewhat odd.
I mean, it's not odd that like, I mean, it's internet beef, and
Maybe, maybe like you think he's trying to make a like almost trying to like bait you into making a drama out of it. It's so funny because
possibly,
we're so like out of that. We're just like, duh, never happens to.
I mean, because I mean, honestly, when he first wanted to book Adam Green, I don't think wanted to talk to him because he thought like, this guy's probably a bad faith actor because he, what happened with Politically Provoked, that he was good with Politically Provoked, and now he's bashing them, and so I mean, it could be his style that like he'll work with somebody and then he's bashing them all of a sudden. Like he's nice to me, and then all of a sudden like he's bashing me. So it could be his style, and obviously he does like a trash talk, uh, like a weekly trash talk show. So it's likely that just a style that like he's a trash talker, and so I've been avoiding him, not avoiding him, but I'm saying like we don't have any crossover. So I just stopped watching his show. I'm not in this chat, um, and I guess like he's good buddies with Ralph. I wouldn't even be surprised if like Ralph is funding or helping code for the Comfy site. Although I don't know any of that information, and his debates got kind of like repetitive, and he's kind of like Ralph also, where Ralph is like always complaining about degeneracy and God forbid like homosexuality, transsexualism, kind of like Charles Moskowitz also. Uh, but like rather than me, who kind of like a live or let live, I just don't focus on it. My opinions might be unpolitically correct or right wing, but I don't usually share them. I don't focus on it. So Ralph, like streaming, was constantly like, "Well, let me show you this degeneracy just to show you how bad it is." And so I think the Crucible also has that where he's like such against the degeneracy, but then he spends like half his show like showing the degeneracy that he's against, which is pretty common. Like Charles Moskowitz, I think like Fox News, a lot of right wingers are like like got
Spiritually dualistic, always have to define themselves in terms of opposition.
yeah. I mean, so like Drag Screen Story Hour. Um, I live
Can
in a
we not
liberal.
talk about this? I feel like this topic's possibly going to get. I don't even want to go here. Whatever you're. Can we just change the subject? Can we just talk about this effing debate, please?
Okay, well, I was just speaking of the beef, and so I was mentioning his style. It was mentioned so these controversial topics, like I'm not against them; they're in my area, um, and but like Fox News, a lot of Republicans they constantly play this stuff, like the supposedly right wing. They're like, oh, do you know what the liberals are doing? Do you know how bad the liberals are? And then they like play the liberals and how bad they are, and like so like generally, um, yeah, maybe, like Jennifer, like just not go there. Uh, but so I think I was on,
Well, if
so
you want to
Grace.
have those, blood sports debates, that's sort of how it goes.
Well, yeah, so those aren't my issues. So like his main issues are like transgenderism and like sexual related stuff. So like half of his debates are around those issues. So like I've never debated that issue. Rarely do I even share my opinions. I'll be like libertarian, kind of like abortion. I lean pro life, but I'm libertarian, or favor bodily autonomy. So it'd probably be like that on most of these issues. But yeah, it seems that their show is Christianity and these like liberal social issues like transgenderism. Like so, every other night that's what they're debating. Um, so I guess he has something with the Thorpes. So I showed like like I was on Ben Thorpe, and I came on to Ben Thorpe from E. Michael Jones, who was on his channel, and interviewed him, and then I spoke to Ben Thorpe, and then like so I understood like that like Andrew was bashing me, and like according to Ben Thorpe, he joined his Discord just to bash me. That even though even though Andrew doesn't even like the Thorpes, banned them all from their chat, that he joined their Discord and spent like 4 hours bashing me, trying to tell them that they shouldn't work together with me.
Hold on a minute. This guy here on the Crucible?
Yeah, it's almost like nonsensical because like um, he didn't even like the Thorpes, um, but yet it appears like he joined the Thorpe's Discord. I mean, it could have that's just what Ben said. I wasn't in there, like just for the sake of bashing me and like telling me not to work with me. And I don't even know like what I would have done to work. I would have promoted debates. I mean, like honestly, for like okay, uh, I would have just helped out new streamers for the purpose of helping out new streamers to increase debate culture. Uh, and so he probably took it on his own volition to advise them not to work with me, which okay, I mean it's fine. It doesn't matter to me because but it seemed a little odd. Uh, but so maybe there is beef. I don't know. But Ralph, so Jennifer shared it, and so I was like, oh, I'm not following the channel anymore. But Ralph was on debating Spirit Man.
I
So
wasn't aware of this that this had
I
happened
didn't tell
between you.
you. I didn't mention it to you.
Yeah.
Even when Adam Green was on the show like 5 months ago, I didn't mention it on Week in Review. And I mean, it's not that relevant. I'm saying like we some. I mean, that's why I saw Grace Thorpe said like, it's probably like Destiny politically provoked. Ralph retort, and it's probably working out well. He's got a big audience that's more based on beefs and drama, and it's not the direction I'm moving in. I don't really have ongoing beefs and drama, but it's good for streaming. And so I guess like politically provoked and Crucible, and like Destiny, and I already covered like the Mister Girl and Destiny. Um, most of the major streamers, it's ongoing drama, and so even like the Thorpes, uh, I was going to recommend debates and panels, and I think they're going in the path of drama, and like even Ralph is kind of like in the path of drama. So if the debate, I'm not sure if it was going to be on Hegel. So I had a hard time watching the debate. I don't know. Did you have thoughts? Did you watch it?
Yeah, I watched it. I mean, this is my bread and butter. I love these technical debates. I was just sort of ashamed of how like glued to the screen I was for this one, honestly. I was just like, okay, I have a bunch of notes, but they're not right on hand, so maybe we can talk about that a little bit later.
Okay. So yeah, I was looking. So it was on Hegel. It was poorly organized, the debate. Like so, it wasn't like clearly flowing from point to point. So it was hard to follow.
At the end, they both like teamed up on Spirit Man.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they're both Christians. I mean, he portrays himself.
Did you see that part towards the end where they basically double teamed him?
No, I only watched maybe 10 minutes of it, and it wasn't gaining much from it. Although Spirit Man seemed, he seemed to have a more better understanding of the idea, and it was almost, so it was unclear. Like it was difficult to follow, and who knows, like if you watch the whole thing, if I would have gained anything. But you're just seeing like there wasn't a clear flow from point to point, and seemed like the usual kind of like trash talk debate that I wouldn't learn anything from. But just because they were talking about Hegel and sublation and emergence, um, I thought this was a good example of etymology. And so the German for sublation comes to Varane, yes, I'm going to mention that the Offenbung, which means negation. So the theory of negation, which in English becomes sublation, and so I mentioned that in my article on critical theory in the Frankfurt School of the Hegelian dialectic, and so the Offenbung or sublation is part of that. And it's interesting that when they chose to translate the word, they made up a word sublation that didn't really exist in English. It was uniquely made to refer to Hegel's negation in terms of the Hegelian dialectic, and actually in terms of the Cartesian theater you mentioned earlier, that you showed earlier, that that Hegelian synthesis is really um, crucial in the best of both world fallacy, where the historical canon of dualism is transferred to a materialistic perspective that comes from Hegel's um, dialectic and the sublation, and Hegel wrote on science and logic, and it was this theory of the Hegelian synthesis of do you have to throw out the whole canon of Western dualistic tradition and start over, or can you transfer many of these ideas over, even if their origins is dualistic, and you determine that dualism is incorrect? And so that's part of the Hegelian synthesis and his theory on science and logic. And so that's somewhat interesting. Here is probably a more familiar word, sublation. I don't know if sublation actually has a
It's
technical
funny because
term.
I can't stop thinking of like taking a zinc tablet and putting it under my tongue and then it dissolves. That's what I'm thinking of. That's not anywhere near what sublation is. No,
Well, it is.
canceling.
It is. I'm saying
Cancel,
this.
cancel, 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 cancel. Might make a few things happening in modern day make a little more sense.
Well, I say sublation is just the English word that they chose for Hegel's German translation. Sublimation goes back to the 14th century and is related to alchemy. And sublimation generally in chemistry is the phase transfer where something goes directly from solid to liquid. I mean, from solid to gas, skipping the liquid phase. And sublation also refers to like element like like a substrate in foam or something like that. And then Freud talks about sublimation as sublimating the animalistic desires, like in Civilization, it's discontent. The sublimation of basically the desire to kill all our enemies and have sex with all the women, that we have to sublimate our desires. Uh, but in saying the Hegelian dialectic, what Hegel meant at the time to its development for like neo-Hegelism and materialism, sublimation is actually, it's interesting. Sublation becomes the term, and the idea of going straight from solid to gas, and in alchemic processes, even in modern chemical processes, that's a common method of purification and separation, to heat something from the solid to its gaseous state, and then to separate the components, and then allow it to resolidify in separate components. So those chemical processes go back before Hegel, before the Enlightenment, and so it's an interesting etymology of the origin and things. So this sublation is kind of like a phase transfer from the spiritual dualistic realm to the material realm, in a certain way, of the Hegelian dialectic of like the middle ground and looking at things as a whole, And so it's interesting if you consider like a sublimation from the spiritual to the material realm, or like a phase transfer from the spiritual to the material. So just looking at the history of the etymology and the role that Hegel plays in the rise of materialism, even though Hegel is still relatively in the pre atheistic phase. And a lot of Hegel experts consider him a monist, although he's not declared. But I was just reading some articles earlier. Um, Here's an article on Hegel and dualism, and this is claiming that this is actually from Iran, but it's claiming that Hegel was a monist, and you're talking about his Hegelian dialectic, his fusion, looking at things from the whole and trying to take the best of the ancient tradition in a non-dualistic manner. And even though he doesn't straight come out as a monist, that it's probably the best way to classify him. And then his famous book Science of Logic, where
I think you pretty much have to say he's at least like a, in terms of his methodology, a monist because of the constant theme of unification throughout the work. That all of his acolytes seem to point to a certainty and a unified manner of thinking.
yeah, his theory that you could get from logic to nature, which has somewhat been rejected, and his belief in the power of logic for science. Although Hegel's not really a scientist, he's more a philosopher. But modern science is probably from the precursors of Hegel. So I thought that was a little bit interesting. Um, yeah, someone's mentioned my next blog. So I was thinking of starting my own webpage, and it'd be a little bit of an investment. I was just looking into Google domains. I had bought Doooovid.com before. I think it's expired, just to reserve it. But to like host a web page on Google, uh, probably cost like $100 a year to get like Doovid.com. Then I could have like a at Doovid email, my own at Doovid.com email. And then if I wanted to host a web page on it, I'd have to pay the hosting fee. And what your blog is just on Blogspot, WordPress, and you don't pay them anything.
No.
Yeah, so you could use like GoDaddy if you um, there's different servers. So it could be I might create Doovid.com and
Yeah, that's a great idea.
put my
Given the
articles there.
funk you've been in recently, I think that's perfect step in the right direction.
And then might also do e-commerce, because like eBay takes a huge cut. So I could possibly um, sell things directly on my own webpage, to look into that possibility. But yeah, I'm trying to get back into writing for my blog. I don't think anyone's gonna read it. Um, if I post it on Review, I don't have anywhere to post it now. And so if I write something, I don't, maybe I'd share it on Week in Review, and I don't even know if more, less than 10 people even on Week in Review would even read my.
My blog gets more than 10 views per post, so probably
So
not as much as the chess server, but honestly, I think you have bigger following than me.
well, I probably do, but I don't know if I have a file that would read my stuff. So that's Samish in the chat. Um, so Samish is saying, well, sublimation, that's saying the etymology, the history of words, that, sublimation has different meaning in psychology, in um, in chemistry, and in philosophy. And so the Hegelian sublation, which is the same
There's no
Well,
connection to sublimation in chemistry, just in case anyone's wondering.
no, there is. They all come from the same root Latin word.
There's no connection in the meaning currently.
Well, there is.
That would be speculative, but all right.
No, it's not speculative at all. They all carry. I mean, from the Latin root word that if it means like to lift up. Um, so, like in chemistry, if it's referring to lifting up from a solid to the gaseous phase, in psychology, it means lifting up baser urges to a higher purpose. To philosophy, it means lifting up um, negated, rejected ideas to save a kernel of truth from them. So I mean, there's a reason that they're all somewhat to say accurately within the etymology of the word sublimation. That if psychological, chemical, or philosophical sublimation are all a form of sublimation. But they have their they become technical terms.
Didn't you just say they invented the word sublate?
Um, well, the word sublimation, they took out the limb, the sublation, but it derives from the same Latin root. That sublimation existed, and for Hegel, when they translated into English, they created the word sublation, which previously I don't think had been used. But it's the same root word as sublimation. And so it's a similar concept. So just saying that there's a crossover between the chemical concept of sublimation going straight from the solid to gaseous phase and the Freudian sublimation to the Hegelian sublation. So this is big news this week. Taylor Swift, and honestly, I didn't know a single song of hers, and I was actually surprised. Like I saw all these things about Ticketmaster, and her thing was sold out, within the first day, and then I logged on just one of these sites to see like she's coming to Detroit, and like tickets are going for like $500 for like the worst seats. Like people are paying like hundreds of dollars for like the absolute worst seats in the whole theater. So I was extremely surprised, and people are paying
Why?
tens of
You're
thousands.
surprised people want the clout of having been at this thing?
No, I was surprised that I guess this woman's like the most famous person in the world, and like I didn't even know anything about her. It's like I
Oh,
heard the name Taylor Swift. I thought she was still like a country musician. I didn't even know she had transitioned to like pop, and that she's the third best-selling artist of all time, likely to surpass become the best-selling artist of all time. Maybe even this year, and that she had the most profitable concert tour, and that she's literally probably the most famous person on the planet right now. So like I was shocked that um, so I could have theorized some sort of explanation so why she's the most famous person on the planet, or maybe she's not the most famous, but from one of them that so I was looking into that, because it was the New York Times was carrying these articles. Like I read the paper every day in the New York Times, and I saw in the paper a few weeks ago, like Orthodox Jews were pressuring Taylor Swift to add concert dates because all her concert dates were on Friday and Saturday, and I was like, serious? But I saw that a few weeks ago, and then she added more concert dates, and I was like, wow, Orthodox Jews are such big fans of Taylor Swift that they're pressuring her to make concert dates on a non um, set Friday and Saturday, and then the amount of money that people are paying. Um, so I did a little research. So it was interesting that her most popular song that just came out is called Anti-Hero. So, because we've been talking about Anti-Hero, and the degeneration of American music. And I guess if she's kind of owning it as an anti-hero. So I was trying to look into, honestly, I tried listening to a few songs of hers, and they didn't mean anything to me. Like they just sound kind of like pop, uh, and even like the music behind them, they seem relatively simple. Uh, but if there's some sort of connection, and like God forbid, I guess she's like a former or like a Victoria's Secret model, and then I saw like like she actually had beef with like George Soros, her son. George Soros's son actually like was a partial owner. And I guess David Rubenstein of the Carlyle Group is actually like a partial owner of Taylor Swift. So I'll get to that in a minute. Her business venture. Um, so this is her new song, Anti-Hero, which is the most popular song in the world. Is set like the records for like the most popular song ever in all of history in terms like going to the top one uh, sales. And I guess she has a video where she like meets herself like 15 years ago, and like God forbid, because I guess she was kind of like a country star, and now I mean, God forbid if pejorative, she's kind of just like a stripper now. I mean, she's a singer, but she's also kind of like a stripper. And said she also like teamed up with Victoria's Secret, and it may or may not be connected to her success. Could be that's what people want to see, your relation to being like a musician slash stripper. Uh, but she's got her own take on it with her own song, like Anti-Hero, talking to her younger self in terms of like who she expected to become. And it looked like a lot of her songs are like hate songs, so kind of like the rap genre, where she switched to pop music, and a lot of her popular songs are, like I was mentioning, the Crucible, are like attack songs on her former boyfriends or on people she's had beef with, which is a popular genre in rap music. A lot of the most popular rap music is like beef music with fellow rappers, and so I guess she's had a lot of former boyfriends, and so she's had many songs over the past years that are like about her former boyfriends. So I think just that she's calling herself anti-hero in general, and like what I mentioned about the degeneration of American society, and she's in some sort of existential crisis about who she is or what her role is. Where obviously she's the most famous person in the world, and make one of the richest people in the world, but on her role, like what does she stand for? And it's unclear if she actually stands for anything. And so it's interesting that
Taylor
she's
Swift, she stands for being a musician or singer. No mystery there.
well, I mean, she stands for herself. I mean, she's a
Yeah,
musician.
exactly. Well, you're making it sound like, oh, it's so weird. She doesn't have this like unifying life purpose, like Lisa Simpson saying "free to bet" on the stage in The Simpsons when she finally gets a minute to have attention on her. And yeah, Argon, I know I had him on for 3 hours, but that doesn't mean I have to know anything. It's not a financial advice channel. Back over to you, Doovid.
Yeah, I tried looking like Forex Sharks, Animal Farm, or those things. I'm not too much into crypto, and he mentioned it briefly, but you could migrate to his platform if you're interested in that. Um, you know, um, well, yeah, I mean, I guess people like classical, like love song, serial monogamy. So like the degeneration of the classical kind of like overcoming odds, and the hero's journey. So I mean, certainly her songs fit the basic hero's journey model, where she's overcoming adversity, she's winning over her haters, she's moving on after her failed relations. So I assume almost all of her songs would fit a basic hero journey model, and then this is more like a satirical take on like who have I became, and like a self critique, where like does she have any friends, and so it's just interesting that this is the most popular song in the world right now, Anti-Hero. And this was also interesting related to the Kanye West scandal. I was looking at her Masters controversy that included David Rubenstein and Alexander Soros and Scooter Braun. But it's a common thing that people don't own their own rights to their music. They sell it and it's owned by other people. And so, ironically, David Rubenstein, was like I think he sold his rights. He probably still owns a reasonable amount of rights. So it's interesting. Like when you support Taylor Swift, like David Rubenstein's making money off of that, and then she's became very upset and has tried to limit the amount of money the investors are making in off of her to maximize the amount of money. So even in terms of like the ticket price, like she's upset at Ticketmaster. Um, but I mean, it would appear that most of the money of the tickets is going straight to her. It was also interesting the ticket pricing. They had algorithmic pricing, meaning that as people bought tickets and they saw the demand was higher, they instantaneously raised prices. So if they just set the price at like like $150 a ticket, which is already like a huge price, but then they saw that a lot of people were buying, and so they upped the price immediately, and the prices changed on demand based on computer algorithms. So if there's, like I guess she's popular enough, she was going to sell out these big stadiums, like a Ford Stadium football, 50,000 plus people. She was going to sell it out anyways. Um, but if she was going to sell it out at $150 a ticket when people were going to willing to pay $300 a ticket, so they had the algorithms, um, machine learning that instantaneously raised the prices, and then the whole site went down. Like they said, 3.5 billion people logged on trying to buy Taylor Swift tickets, and the number of because people might have been constantly refreshing, and as people were kept on logging in, the site I guess kept on raising prices, and she's been a shrewd businesswoman. I guess she's also gifted. She had a high IQ. She went for a few years to a school for kids with a high IQ, which maybe like the Talmudic wisdom that God forbid, the Talmud says that women who are too smart become promiscuous, or even more pejorative, become prostitutes. That
Yes, that's one of your off-cited um, tropes, isn't it?
yes, I was thinking that she fits that, like she's so smart she became promiscuous, and then she sings about it.
You
And
ever think about writing a list of these insights and compiling them?
um yeah, I mean, not sure. Like it's kind of like like the the Crucible and Charles
Like,
Maskell's book.
honestly, the Blue Eyes thing is like, you could probably write a book just on that thesis. I wouldn't, because it's like, I don't know. But that plus a bunch of other stuff, just sort of thoughts. It's just very unique insights. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, she's like your classic Victoria's Secret model
where did
from
you get the
before.
idea that smarter women are into prostitution, just out of curiosity? Or is this your own theory? Or I'm
Were you
sorry if I
paying attention?
misrepresented what you said.
I said the Talmud says that it's a quote in the Talmud that women who are too smart become prostitutes.
That's it,
And
just verbatim, just okay.
yeah, that smart women become prostitutes, and even like a quip that's not good for women to be too smart, because women who are too smart become prostitutes. And so there's actually Aramaic phrase that says that exact expression multiple times, and then gives a few stories, and then after the stories repeats this maxim that women who are too smart become prostitutes. And after giving a few examples of stories of that happening. Um, but in rabbinic literature, going back from the Talmud, possibly biblical tradition, a part of the Hebraic Talmudic rabbinic tradition is that women who are too smart, or even smart in general, become prostitutes. That like intellectual endeavors. If you took like a sexist manner, and just from like intellectual activities are for men, and when women attempt to do intellectual activities, um, they don't actually advance intellectual activities, and they just end up becoming prostitutes. That's not, you could dispute that that's what the Talmud is saying, But if you wanted to take a pejorative, like sexist view on the Talmud and even the rabbinic sages, possibly up till today, it's basically straightforward that philosophy, science, intellectual activity is a men's sport, and women who think they're smart and try to get involved in the game end up as prostitutes. And that's, God forbid, that's what the Talmud says. If you want to say the Talmud's sexist, backwards, historical book, that's what the Talmud says. You could take it a lesser version, like as a Talmudic apologist, and just say it's a warning, not to say that women can't be good scientists or advance intellectual realms, but it's just a warning that women who are try to be too smart are likely to end up as prostitutes. You're not saying like it's a given, but it's a warning. Um, but if you look at Taylor Swift as the example of the woman that's too smart, so she made the money. She's one of the most successful people in the world, but she didn't have a successful marriage. She's not a mother, and she's I guess basically a stripper and promiscuous that has a series of failed relations and tens of former boyfriends that she sings about, and then she gets on stage basically. I mean, not like a nude stripper, but I mean, she's basically a stripper. You all you have to do is look on for pictures of her, and it's like. But I do think that's related to her high IQ. That's saying and you could even say, whether she's attractive or in a certain sense, that she even kind of looks smart. I mean, she's tall and thin, and she has the Victoria's Secret look. So it's a little interesting. After the downfall of Jeffrey Epstein and Victoria's Secret, that if you look at her as kind of like the girl who, God forbid, suffered under like Jeffrey Epstein, and then emerged on the other side, and now is her own madame, is her own like business that she was kind of pimped out and eventually emerged on the other side, and now she doesn't need a pimp, that she's running her own business. Um,
Did you ever hear of the Chinese lady who was I believe a pirate pimp of some kind, had the largest standing army at the time or something like crazy like that? You ever hear that
Maybe,
story?
yeah, I think so. But I mean, if the your relations of if she, if there was a man in there doing the killing, or saying that her power was through. I mean, and then God forbid you have like Ilsa Grease, or God forbid the Nazi war criminal, the feminist who wanted to show that women could also be Nazi war criminals, and actually was an avowed feminist, and did her horrible crimes with the point of demonstrating that women could kill and torture people also. Um,
Let's get back to the topic. Like, if I kind of feel bad for even asking the question now. Let's just go back.
yeah, so I was mentioning her um, controversy, kind of related to Kanye West, because like the Dave Chappelle, like the two words you can't say, together, like the and the Jews, but obviously most of her management is Jewish even till today. The people that she had dispute with, a lot of most of them were Jewish. They're like Scooter Braun, and even like David Rubenstein. That it's interesting. David Rubenstein, I guess, claims that Taylor Swift is his favorite musician, but David Rubenstein, literally owns Taylor Swift, like the brand, Taylor Swift, the brand. But she's negotiated a deal, and so she re-recorded her albums because I guess she was so upset of the label making money off that she wanted to make the money off of them herself. So she re-recorded all of her albums so that she would make a higher percentage. She's still has partners, and I think now she's making 50%, as opposed to then she would have been making like 10 to 15%. So off the older albums that David Rubenstein owns, she only makes 10 to 15% of, and she brokered a new deal where she makes 50% of her albums. So she re-recorded all of her older albums. So if you buy the the new Taylor's version album, she makes 50% of the profit off of, but if you buy the original version, she only makes 10 to 15% of the profit. And I think David Rubenstein and other investors um, make you probably more money than she's making off of it. So I thought that was interesting. Um, just looking into the business angle and saying very shrewd woman and businesswoman to become one of the most famous women in the world, and to become one of the richest women in the world, and even publicly taking on David Rubenstein and George Soros. Like, I mean, people know, okay, George Soros has a lot of money. I mean, not him, his son, but George Soros's son owned a majority share for a period of time in Taylor Swift, the brand. That that so literally, if you were buying Taylor Swift music or merchandise, that Alex Soros was making more money off of it than Taylor Swift. And until recently, if you were buying Taylor Swift music or merchandise, David Rubenstein was making more money off of it than Taylor Swift, and he's still making some money. So she renegotiated her contract. If you think like the Kanye West controversy, but still, if you buy Taylor Swift or you buy the concert tickets, um, I'm not sure the exact deal, but it could be David Rubenstein is making money off of that. And I think, I mean, you watch David Rubenstein, right?
I'm sorry, I don't follow this celebrity stuff.
David Rubenstein, the Carlyle Group, the investor of the Economic Club of Washington, Biden's
I
buddy.
focus on physics of consciousness. It just happens to be kind of pretty all encompassing.
I've shared David Rubenstein. You watched him. You've mentioned his name before.
Sure.
Now you're hitting a blank. You don't remember who he is.
Maybe I'd know him if I saw him.
Yeah, I mean uh, he's head of the Economic Club. He's his own show on CNBC. He has his own YouTube channel. I share his videos. He's interviewed all the richest people in the world. Um, Entertainment's a very small aspect. The Carlyle Group has like tens of billions of dollars. I think even trillions of dollars under management. So if his investment in Taylor Swift is like $200-300 million. So I was saying, David Rubenstein sells like weapons and oil and all sorts of stuff that he's making a lot more money off of than Taylor Swift, but he also owns Taylor Swift. So it's just interesting. Um, so I was thinking this song. So yeah, I mean, I'm kind of proud of my pronunciation, and I think God forbid, music's kind of for poor people and to understand the psychology of music. So like this song, I remember I used to like this song. I haven't had it in an MP3 player. I probably listened to this song like 50 times because I had it in a playlist. Cyndi Lauper, uh, Time After Time. You familiar with this song?
Yeah. It's on some movies, I think.
It's one of the 100 most popular songs ever. It's, you can see Rolling Stone 100 greatest pop songs. Um, I'm not sure if they have the movies that it's on, but it's probably in like tens, hundreds of movies. It's a pretty good song, simple song. Yeah, I mean, I don't even say it's like is Taylor Swift just as good as Cyndi Lauper? Like to judge her music and say like the quality of music. I'm not even sure there is such a thing. Saying if it's just like I know this song and it's a sign of my time. Like I'm a boomer, and because I'm a boomer,
You're not a boomer.
well, I call myself a boomer, but I'm because I'm a boomer.
Well, you
Like
were born in 78.
yeah,
You're not a boomer.
well, yeah, I, mean, I call myself a boomer anyways, but maybe I'm uh in between millennial and Generation X or Generation Z, but because I'm old.
Well, you're on the cusp of probably millennial and Gen X, depending, but I don't know that everyone like makes that distinction at the same point.
Yeah, but I'm saying music serves a reference to times, and because I'm old, I never listened to Taylor Swift. I hardly even heard of her till she was in the newspaper about economic stuff, And when I tried listening to her stuff, like I just didn't get it. I couldn't even understand why it's so popular. Um, as opposed to Cyndi Lauper, um, it was a popular song when I grew up. I heard it probably hundreds of times. It was on the radio. I haven't liked the song. Later in my life, I had it on a playlist. So, there's a certain aspect. I'm old. I don't understand Taylor Swift. It doesn't make sense to me. I tried listening to the music and I couldn't get anything out of it. I couldn't find any interesting. I couldn't relate to why someone else would enjoy it. But if you played Cyndi Lauper, I was listening before the show time after time. I still enjoy that song. And it's a simple song. It's unclear. Like, could be Taylor Swift is better than Cyndi Lauper. It's a different time. It's a slower song. Music has changed. Taylor Swift all has like these synthetic background musical beats that could be danced to in a different way. So you're just thinking, and I don't even think I'm going to try to sing Cyndi Lauper's "Time After Time," but I was going to do a song this week, and if you're lost, you can look and you will find me time after time. If you fall, I will catch you. I'll be waiting time after time. If you're lost, you can look and you will find me time after time. And maybe you can compare Cyndi Lauper. I used to like joke Cyndi Leifer, and so Cyndi Lauper is not Jewish. It's Lauper, not Leifer, but you used to joke Cyndi Leifer. Um, but yeah, I mean, so maybe it's comparable to like modern day, but okay, so here was an interesting article. Been he's been pumping out stuff, Ashish Delayla. So what is causal closure? Um,
It's a huge
and
relief to see people writing in English on this topic. So, yay! Can't say I have gone through it all with a fine tooth comb, but good
he
start.
gets into like the difference between Western or scientific understanding and Vedic understanding. So he's trying to explain the Vedic concept and um, so he differentiates the Western understanding of the concept and then the different axioms of Vedic science from Western science and why causal closure might mean something different in those
Did he
terms.
define it?
Yeah, so just towards the end of a recent conversation, someone asked me, "Is the universe causally closed?" For a moment, I was stumped because I realized that what the person was really asking is whether God intervenes in the universe.
I
If
think
God,
it sounds more like they're asking if it's deterministic, but
um,
not just deterministic, also knowably deterministic.
well, it could be it's parallel. If God intervenes in the universe, then the universe is not causally closed. If he doesn't, then the universe is causally closed. I was trying to get this clarified by asking the question, the meaning of causally closed, but I did not get a pointed answer. Meanwhile, I remember the invocation from the Upanishad, this is complete and this is complete. The complete produces the complete. After producing the complete from the complete, the balance is complete. Based on this, I responded, yes, the universe is causally closed. I'm quite certain that the listener would have taken this to mean that God does not intervene in the universe. So I thought it would clarify this. So use basically something from the Western standard that causally closed does imply that God does not intervene in the universe because of the presuppositions of logic in the Western system,
It's causally
as where
closed. Couldn't God just be part of the causal closure?
um, well, I mean, you're trying to give your own answers. I mean, it's fine, but um, I recommend people reading the
I
article.
just don't get the connection. I guess to me, a question of determinism doesn't actually speak to God, and essentially sounds like a question of determinism.
Well, because you have to filter everything through your own lens or something like that. I mean, he doesn't mention
Yeah, I'm
determinism.
the only one
May-
doing that, right? Everyone else is just perfectly crystal clear in their estimations.
Well, I didn't say that, but I was saying like I don't know why it's necessary for you to filter this through your own. Um, I mean, if you have to, you have to. That's the only way to understand it. That's how people chunk information. but that's not what he's saying. It could be that's parallel. It could be that you could. It's similar to what he's saying, but then he goes on to what he's been doing the last few weeks to show the divergence in axioms between the Vedic and Western systems, and why the Western system causally closed implies God not intervening, as where the Vedic system, the axioms of causally closed do not imply that. And then he made slides. So she's Delayla, like I said, like he's in India. He wasn't educated. I don't think he even ever lived in the West. So, it's a different it's if you look at him as a Vedic scholar who writes in English, speaks English, but he never lived in the West. He was never educated in the West and has a different version. So here he's put a bunch of slides. I mean, if you're, I've been going for quite a long time, so I'll put them in the chat if you want later. We could go through these, but he's made a whole bunch of slides on logic, and then he even has new slides where he's introducing the Vedic conception. So, rather than criticizing the West, now he's trying to introduce the Vedic concept. So encourage people to check those out. So I guess with that, that's my week in review. I'll let Jennifer start her week in review. I also got like a whole bunch of more books to show that hopefully I have time to read. So if you want to start your week in review, and
I didn't really have anything. So I, other than what I sang you there right before we started, which was that writing. So it's not very long. Probably not worth going over on the show. Let's see here.
I mean, we could look at it, but I mean, there's two different aspects. There's like the writing coach of trying to get you writing an essay format versus the content of what you're writing about. So I mean, look, nice, decent, interesting what you said. It's there's still a lot of problems in terms of being in proper essay format according to.
Did it make sense though?
What seemed like your older writing, it was just kind of like list of definitions. So I mean, it made sense like in terms like of just like reading some list of definitions. I mean, you tried a little bit more, so it wasn't like your older stuff was purely a list of definitions, but it, basically seemed like you're a few advancements towards essay format, but so it was like halfway in between an essay and just a list.
Yeah. So I'm thinking, wait a couple years and the AI should be ready to just turn that into something great. Because past that, I don't know what to say. That's all there is to say. It's a definition. And people have to accept at some point that there's a principle that can't be learned in a book. And so it's meant to point at that principle. Not the principle that can't be learned in a book, but just the fact that there is one.
Like I say it, like I don't want to make the category error. And I was telling Adam Green that in terms of like the good and bad, so it's not a good or bad judgment, although it's judgmental. Make the term, but I say like, my estimation say like, no, the deficiency is within you, and so if you're not going to improve your own deficiency, the deficiency will remain and be permanent. and will affect the rest of your life. So either you recognize the deficiency and improve, or you remain with the deficiency and so with that, like either you're not going to be an author. I mean, you could have fantasies or dreams of somehow being an author by some method other than you learning how to write. But you have to accept the deficiency and then work to change it. And if not, then you just say it's going to be a permanent deficiency.
Yeah. There's a question in the chat about the guest last week. So,
Forex shark.
yeah. He's your guest, so I don't know. Feel free to ignore it, but he's been on the show before, hasn't he? So I don't think there's any great mystery.
Yeah, I think he's been on the show 3 or 4 times. I mean, I guess he's a friend of mine. He's in my Discord. Um, like I used to talk with him about financial stuff. We don't talk about financial stuff on Week in Review. Um, he's pretty one dimensional in terms like that's what he does, financial stuff. He's got opinions on various issues, but like basically he's just into financial stuff. So last week was the big story with crypto, and I know he's not only into financial stuff, but crypto is very hard to understand. So I asked him to come on and explain what was going on with the crypto, which he did a pretty good job. And it turned out that he's been hit it big, so that he'd been on the show in the past. And I guess when he was Forex Shark, he used to have a YouTube channel of over tens of thousands of subs, and might have faced some sort of issues with the ban hammer for like on politically correct stuff, also unrelated to his financial stuff, and then he
I
um
didn't know that.
yeah, I mean, that might have been like over 5 years ago,
Okay.
but
I had comments on the debate. I found my list of comments, by the way, so I can go ahead with that.
yeah, sure, if you want to do that. And I'm just reloading my computer. I'm going to get a drink. So if you just mentioned that, yeah, I mean, he's I guess my friend, a friend of the show, but he basically only exclusively talks about financial stuff. So that's not a common topic of the show. So I asked him to come on, which he accepted, and it turns out that he's doing really well right now, and he had a big audience. So when he tweeted it out, and he doesn't stream that much, so I guess he's got 20,000 followers. He's got a web page. He's big in finance, so he's a lot of followers, but he's kind of a um, uh, introvert and not a not much of a media personality. So a lot of people tuned in to hear what he had to say when he tweeted it out.
Do you remember how
And
you met him?
he reached out to me after seeing me on Jean Francois Garepi. I think it was on.
Oh, there we go. There's that mystery solved.
How I met
So,
him.
yeah.
Yeah, he used to
Well,
follow
there's a
like.
question in the chat. I mean, I don't think it's all that mysterious. Like, I don't think they may not have all been real accounts. If that's any, might not have actually all been that many people. Could have been some fake watchers. God forbid. Anyway, we're back down to our normal sub 20. We unfortunately didn't retain any of the audience from last week, so
Yeah, I assume almost
well.
everyone who tuned in was people that follow him on Twitter or Discord and saw that he shared it and tuned in, and they basically wanted to hear him because he doesn't have another venue. He's not really a streamer, and so when he did that, people wanted to hear him, and so that was kind of it. It's kind of like the way financial gurus or advice work like that. And but for a period he had followed. I think he saw my like evolution debate and was following my channel after I was on Jean Francois Garepi. I think in the same way I met Jennifer, although Jennifer was following Luke Ford. I'm not sure if she was, but in a
You
similar
met
way.
me through Luke Ford for sure. I know,
Well, no,
because Luke Ford came up in my suggested videos.
Well, I mean, I didn't meet you. I was saying you took it upon yourself to come on to the Babscast. I mean, I was a
However
regular
you
guest
want to
one.
phrase it. However you want to phrase it. Sure.
Okay, but I didn't seek you out. I mean, but you sought me out. I didn't seek you out. But when you were on the Babscast, that I invited you for an interview on my channel because I thought you had interesting ideas. So Forex Shark just
Thank
messaged
you. And yeah,
message.
it was basically a match made in heaven or hell, how depending on how you look at it, from that point forward, because of the intellectual study buddiness.
Yeah, so I mean, he's not a streamer, but he's interested in some of these ideas. So we message or talk. I even stream with him on my channel, uh, and I stream with him on his channel. I helped him set up his Discord and made a video for his YouTube when he was setting up his Discord, and we talk occasionally. So he took my invite, and I didn't know that he had became very big. So the last time we talked, he didn't really have a following, and he would not have garnered an audience. Like there was no, like if he had tweeted out or put in his Discord he was going to be on Week in Review, it wouldn't have got more than like 10 more viewers. So he's became big in the last few months, and so good for him. Almost all of the viewers that tuned in last week wanted to hear what he had to say about Bitcoin or FTX.
Varen
And
says that I picked up some Doovidisms. I'm trying to. I mean, Doovid can do like I don't know, 5-minute monologue, and it's like really good. I'm not. I'm trying to get better at that. It's like it's hard to focus on getting better at writing when I can still get so much better at speaking.
well, maybe it's like a cult, like okay, Duvid's actually part of something, part of a cult, and so I'm breaking down information that is useful to you, and then with that information it helps you figure out what's going on or be part of something, as opposed to, and it's not about me, it's about the information I'm giving over. And so if I'm monologuing, um, most of the people listening, they don't really care about me, they just want the information, and I'm trying to focus the value proposition on that, where like no, it's not about me, and I'm trying to uh, give information that's useful to the viewer, and then that information will have its own value, to the person, in terms like, okay, like who is Forkshire? How did I meet him? What are these circles? How could you get involved in these circles? What's the history of these circles? Um, as opposed to you, I think it's more about you. When you talk, it's more about you and your ideas. And obviously, it's your channels we can review and do it. So I have me and my ideas, but so it's your channel. So when you talk, it's more about you and your channel. But then if you want to have a larger value proposition where you learn to talk when it's not about you, and so you have to work more on that.
It's more about engagement. It's about adapting my pedagogical strategy based on the material, and that requires possibly at some time speaking for a long time. But honestly, in a standard combo, the real art of it is, I think, letting everybody not speak the exact same amount of time, because not everybody always feels like blabbing super a lot, but that everybody felt that they got a chance to be heard, whatever that might look like.
Well, that's conversational. No, I'm saying for audience, it's almost never where you'll have an audience where everyone speaks the exact amount of time. I mean, if you're like a professor in front of a class or an expert in front of trainees or media, it's almost always one or a handful of people talking to the audience, and very little interaction of the audience in questions. I mean, if you're talking like a party, friendship, communal activity, then maybe you're right. But in terms of streaming, um,
I guess
it's
it's kind
more.
of like, would you want to stream with someone who's not your friend? I'm not saying no. I'm just saying I'd rather.
Well, if you're talking streaming, you're talking like no. I mean, you want to, if you, it's the value proposition is the information. Saying like, okay, like I'm not, like I don't really plan on making friends in streaming. Yes, even to look at it practically, like you can't even make friends in stream. Like maybe me and Jennifer would meet in Italy,
You and I,
and
over the years, have developed something maybe friendship like. That's special.
we have to define those words. But even to say
Not if
like,
I employ enough vagary and ambiguities and pronouns. Just kidding.
what is saying there's certain things that are built upon relationships to say, okay, like like could I trust you to borrow money and pay it back? Could I trust you to sit in my house? Could I trust you to um like meet my mom to like babysit my kid or something like that? Well, I have no idea. Like we've just streamed together, and so it could be if we met and it was like no, like unfortunately, like those things couldn't be implied from streaming. That like they have to be demonstrated by.
I feel like I could trust you based on knowing you. That your behavior would fall within a range that would not come as shocking to me. To
Yeah, but
others, yes, but not
that's
to me. To me,
that's an assumption. But I'm saying like if we met and like I was at your house and I wasn't a good house guest, you'd be like, wow, like I didn't realize dude was going to be such a bad house guest. Like you got to bounce, or like
no.
a business partner,
You
and saying
already
like,
said
wow,
you're
like
obsessed with cleanliness. What are you going to do? Start hoarding books in my house? Anyway,
well, whatever it is. But I'm saying like I mean you don't know till you've established that in the relationship, and you're like so it was like business. If I was thinking, okay, I want to start a web page, and thinking like, okay, like should I include Jennifer? What would it even mean to include her, or like a business relation? Um, you don't know those things till you've added them to your relationship, and I don't know how we got
hello.
to this. Yeah, we kind of got off topic, but I mean, friend, you could use okay, like friend, but make the point you don't have to be friends with people to stream with them.
I
The
know. I
one
totally get that. I'm just saying I would prefer it.
well, and so that's why you're unsuccessful. Like you God
I
forbid.
guess you can say it's unsuccessful, but if I feel like I'm making very slow progress, is that okay?
What you could success in terms of your what you want to get out of it, your own personal value proposition. But it's like business, like God forbid, saying like um, don't do business with your friends, do business in profitable relations, and if the person insists on like doing business with their friends, they're probably not going to be good at business. Even in terms like like streaming, like if you only want to stream with people that you like, you're probably not going to advance in
Well, I
streaming.
see you as extremely educated, and I see a value proposition for that reason. And most I do not see that. And also, you
Yeah, I mean, you could
don't
say you
hold it
also
against
like
me.
it.
You don't hold it against me when I have to say something that is something maybe that we don't want to say or hear.
Yeah, I mean,
Whereas,
so
like,
okay,
remember
we
with
also
what's
maybe
his name,
like
the
each other. We're
Theology Unleashed
also
guy. Like I said, it was impersonalism, and he just got so upset by that. It was like over. So yeah. What's the alternative? I'm just gonna what? Not disagree with people and just sit there stewing with all this knowledge of what are the actual facts versus what was actually what was said. That's exhausting.
what just have successful business streaming
Like the fact
relationship.
of it is that who's interested in what I'm interested in? Almost no one. But when the conversation can happen, it's pretty valuable. So that's how I do it.
Yes, and that's what I say. You increase your value proposition by talking by it not being about you, just being useful public service, talking about things that are generally useful to the general public, even though they're not interesting to you.
Well, they are interesting to me.
When I'm saying that you're willing to not talk about what's interesting to you in order to be in the streaming game where it's in that you become.
Interesting and streaming to me as an introvert that don't super much go together.
Yeah, so you have no plans for the future of streaming. So I mean, you built up a little base. Like your only show really is Week in Review of Doovid. You occasionally pop on your stream, but you have enough of a channel. You could get tens of hundreds of views. You have a little network of people. Like I guess you're a mod on T Jump or regular on modern day debate, but that's about it. So to say, because you don't play ball, you don't conform to do what you have to do to get more involved in the game. And so it's not like a good or bad, but it's a successful, unsuccessful, and it's kind of like, well, this it could be my impression. You can't. There's no necessarily clear cut rules to success, but like this is what you would do that would make it more likely for you to succeed. And you're like, well, I don't want to do that, and then you're saying like you're just like you're writing. You're saying, well, I don't want to do it, and then you could harbor, so to say, like fantasies that you're going to achieve uh, without doing,
It's
or in
not
some.
about fantasies. It's about what I'm going to focus my energy on. And right now, it's asserting explanations. And the more I do that, the easier it is to write. But the writing still comes out like a list. So,
Well, I mean, so God forbid, like
I have to think about: am I going to go develop AI, general AI, or am I going to?
Like Charles Moskowitz. I mean, so thank God they asked me to coach chess on Thursdays. It's like I might end up, not streaming much more of Charles Moskowitz. I mean, it's really going nowhere. And I like talking with him, but like he doesn't produce a show in a way that's going anywhere. And like
maybe it's like too repetitive for you now.
Yeah, like I mean, but he's hoping, like he's telling me he's going to get picked up by Mike Lindell, the pillow guy. I was like, I mean, God forbid. And he wants to focus on election trutherism that is probably the single most censored topic. I mean, maybe just YouTube, but and he's not really interactive. Like tough to build up an audience. He didn't really, like he didn't listen to any of my recommendations, and it was really went nowhere. I don't know like anyone who listens to the program. I've never had like anybody contact, like besides God forbid Jim Rizzoli. Um, no one has contacted me from listening to him. There's like this week, like like the E. Michael Jones, and like so E. Michael Jones with his counter-Semitism. Now Charles Mosk was saying like I was saying like, well, wasn't he your friend? And now he's saying like, well, no, he was never my friend. And it was like, I thought I would say, okay, like I thought he was your friend, and he said, I could understand if he was your friend, but he crossed the line, and now he's too counter-Semitic, and even though he's never wronged you in any way, but you can't be friends with such a counter-Semite. But he was just kind of like, he was never my friend. And I was like, yeah, like I'm pretty sure like you said he was your friend multiple times. Um, but it just said, okay, the streaming's going nowhere. And it seemed like if he wants to be, so me and Jennifer, even if the streaming's going nowhere, we're not building our audience, we're not really networking anywhere, at least we're having productive conversations, and that it forwarding my research, hopefully her research, and that we keep on doing it, even if the streaming aspect of it is going nowhere. That's what like for.
What does it even mean for the streaming aspect to go somewhere? We got a bit of luck last week, and that's great, and now it's back down to low numbers, and maybe whatever. What can you do?
Well, I say my impression, if you listen to a good portion of my recommendations, we'd probably have maybe even close to 100 viewers. We'd have regular supply of guests. We'd even be hosting debates and various things. But you didn't
you
want
keep
to.
trying to push me into these extroverted things that have
No,
zero
I
value for
stopped
me.
pushing you. I gave up on you as a streamer. So
Sure.
like I haven't pushed it like for
That's probably for the better, because you know.
Forex Shark's the only person that I've asked to the show in a long time. Like I haven't asked anyone to come on Week in Review in like 6 months. And in fact, almost all the people I've spoken to in the last 6 months, I didn't even mention Week in Review, or even think to ask them to come on Week in Review. And
John Williams says you're the antithesis of him. I mean, I assume he's talking about Moskowitz here.
Well, maybe, but I don't know if anticipate. But no, he's in radio. Like he wants to grow his program. He asked me to help grow his program. He asked me to book him guests, and I can't book him guests. Like people don't want to do it, and I've given him recommendations, and he doesn't listen. And that's fine. I don't mind still talking to him every once in a while. And even in saying like his big hope right now is to get picked up on like Mike Lindell's network. And like you probably don't even know who Mike Lindell is, but it's probably for the better.
I know who the pillow guy is, the Trump guy.
How do you know who Mike Lindell is?
Isn't he the guy who is the pillow guy, the election
the pillow guy?
Yeah, I know who that is.
Yeah, I mean, God forbid, like I'd rather be on Cozy TV with Nick Fuentes, but I mean, like and I don't want to be on Cozy TV with Nick Fuentes, but like that, I stopped working with Politically Provoked. Like I was on the Discord. I was a regular on their Saturday night program. Like they were putting me on their debates, but I didn't want to follow them onto Cozy TV, even though they're getting pretty good viewership. And maybe the relationship wouldn't have worked out well anyways. I don't know, but it's saying like Mike Lindell's like private election truther network. I don't want to follow Charles Moskowitz onto Mike Lindell's network. Like God forbid. Like I mean, you don't hear him saying like and so it's tough to say, and I don't think it's going anywhere. Even if he does get picked up by Mike Lindell, like for me, I think it'd be bad, not good. Like I think that'd make it harder for me to advance in streaming, for me to be on Mike Lindell than to not be on Mike Lindell. I'm not going to be. I still consider Charles like a friend or whatever that means. I mean, like just because we disagree about these things or he wants to go a different direction in his streaming, but like looking at that, like, but I'm not. Me and Charles might still just to talk. Like I don't care if he enjoys talking to me, I don't mind talking with him every few weeks, just about politics, what's going on with the world with Jews, and like God forbid, I don't even share my program with like on Facebook or Twitter when I'm streaming with him because of his election trutherism. Like I don't even share that anymore. Like let alone if he gets picked up on Mike Lindell's network. But I would probably still call in and speak with him, even if he did. But I have a feeling that it, like I'm skeptical the direction he's moving in terms of, the streaming together. And then I was also kind of skeptical that he would, like I thought E. Michael Jones was his friend, and then he would just kind of hang out to dry and just say, well, if he's going to hang out E. Michael Jones to dry like that, even though it's understandable, well, maybe he'll hang me out to dry like that also. And even though it's a different nature, but just say like a certain loyalty factor that say like, well, E. Michael Jones used to be his friend and he's no longer his friend because he crossed the line on counter-Semitism. But they say like, no, E. Michael Jones was never his friend. And then like, I don't know if you see what I'm saying, like there, and like,
so like, if I can just summarize his response to EMJ gives you pause. His what he said about EMJ gives you pause. That he'll do the same to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. It's tough to know. I mean, I'm saying like, and I think it's just bad for streaming also because I think like half of his audience comes to him from E. Michael Jones. It's like literally like half of the people who are watching are people that only heard of him and came to his channel because he was talking to E. Michael Jones. And like I think he failed to understand how to build up an audience. And so I don't think he's ever going to build up an audience. And he's trying like boomer outdated methods. And like, so he's, not going to listen to me. He's going to keep on, putting himself on like 20, platforms. he's gonna like keep on trying to get picked up by Mike Lindell, and his streaming is not going anywhere. He's not getting more viewers, and I don't think he's going to. And it's not interactive where, um, I had an audience of mostly my audience of we were getting when he was still on YouTube, we were getting over 100 views each show, like even on a low show with no guest, and most of those views were my audience. I mean, were people that came to his channel through me and were only tuning in largely for his programs with me, not his other programs. And so I lost that. Like none of those people watched me on his show anymore, and he wasn't interactive or or like networking. That he was hard to network. And I think it also like um, I've hooked him up with probably like 10 interviews. He's never hooked me up with an interview. You're just saying straight up, and like I think from his perspective, he would probably think that he's doing me the favor. And then I'm looking at like, well, I mean, think more objectively, I'm probably doing him the favor, but I think from his perspective, he thinks that he's doing me the favor. And just looking at like, well, I've set you up for like 10 interviews, never set me up with one interview, and so it's tough. It's tough to see. Streaming's a tough business, and like I don't have any beef with him. I don't want beef with him. I'm just saying if it's not working, it's not working. And I'm not saying it's not working; it's just not going anywhere. So I mean, like that's why me and Jennifer's streaming. She's got an audience, like whatever people tuning in, we're glad you do, especially the people that like the research. And if she retains audience that finds this interesting, great for her. But in terms of growing streaming, it's not going anywhere, and she's not conducting the show in a way that's conducive to growth. But that's fine. I'm still content doing it because the value proposition, because it's benefiting our research. And um, I might even I would even consider, we'll see how expensive it is. Like I mean, we don't have to publicly discuss this, but I would even consider paying for Jennifer to come to Italy next May and go to the Science of Consciousness conference, and so they could see a direction that this could go in, and eventually writing papers. And even if Jennifer does not take her writing seriously, decides that she doesn't want to commit herself to the process, um, that's fine. She doesn't have to. I think she might, and that would make it more likely that Week in Review has long-term staying power. But as long as we're both being productive in our research and have goals to move towards, I think Week in Review will continue, even if it's not in a way that's conducive to growing as a show.
Great.
I don't even know. Are you interested? I mean, if you're interested in going to the Science of Consciousness conference next May in Italy,
Maybe.
What is it? Maybe.
Yeah, I don't. I'll see. We can talk about it offline.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's not like a yes that it would interest you.
It might be fun. It's probably not going to be much different from the last one, though.
I assume it would be almost exactly like the last one, except to be there in person and meet and speak to people.
Mm.
It'd be interesting because it's in Italy. I mean, my passport's not. I'd have to. My passport's expired, but yeah, I assume it'd be a good vacation.
Just the idea of being somewhere with you and how, I mean, I think we've both seen each other upset people a lot in a way that neither of us saw coming at the time.
Yeah, no, I'm not even saying that. Like I mean, you go with your husband, you get like your own hotel room, if the finances. But I was saying to go to the conference, maybe we'd visit, the Vatican, or see together. It might be an interesting stream to, go to the Vatican and see, a few famous sites in Italy, and pop it up on a live stream, and then maybe do a recap of the conference, live from Italy. I thought, like, I mean, there's just a speculation. I mean, we could also just go online, but I thought just a speculation that might be something interesting, and to get involved with Science of Consciousness. Is saying that like I said, that this year we went to the
I guess
Science
I'm
of Consciousness.
okay.
I'm slightly burned out on the brain emergence thing. Because the more I speak with the brain emergence people, and when I say that, I mean like consciousness comes from the brain or whatever. It just becomes more clear that it's incompatible with panpsychism.
I would even, this was my goal independent of Jennifer. So, like, I might end up going to the Science of Consciousness conference, even if Jennifer is not interested in
I'm
going.
just saying I don't want it to end in something where it's like,
You know, I couldn't even say it's got nothing to do with Jennifer.
you know,
that-
I'm just saying, like, I've been to conferences before, and I'm not saying a guy's ever got up in my face at a conference before, but I've had many men get up in my face before due to triggering.
You're just an attendee.
Disclaimer.
Like, I was saying, like, I mean, you could bring conflict upon yourself, but like, no, I assume.
Is that
Yeah.
me bringing conflict upon myself, or is that people unable
I
to
can't
contain
imagine someone
themselves?
getting up in your face, like, unless you um instigate conflict. I saying, like, we just have a ticket.
You've never had, okay, that's just,
No, I mean, just have. I mean, saying
that's saying that that's
Yeah.
basically victim blaming.
No, but there's going to be a stage,
That's
and you're
saying
not
you
going to be on it.
deserved it if somebody treated you like shit and
No,
got up
I'm
in your
saying,
face in
I just
public. Yeah,
can't
so that'd be a
picture
reason
this.
I wouldn't want to go to this conference, is to have to get up in somebody's face due to defending principles and then have you shit on me afterwards about it. That'd be something that I wouldn't find cool at all.
Well, I say you're going to
I'm
go
not
there
the
and get
go
in a
out in
fight.
public type all
You're
that
saying you're
much.
going to go there and get in a fight with somebody.
No, I'm just saying that it's happened many times, none of them which I saw coming.
You're saying you can't control yourself there.
It's not me,
and
it's
you're
other
saying a
people.
conference, and you're likely to get into a fight. Like, I'm saying, it's a
No.
conference. Most likely, we would be sitting in seats. At most, we would have a chance at one or two of them to ask a question afterwards, and there might be some
Holy
social
shit,
things.
Daryl, this isn't about insults, Daryl.
No, I can't imagine that. I can't imagine that there's ever been a fight at the Science of Consciousness conference. Like, I've looked, like, I haven't heard that there's ever been a fight at the Science of Consciousness conference. Maybe there be an
I'm
argument,
not
but
talking
like,
about it. Okay, I'm not talking about a physical fight.
I mean, you're
I
saying
don't
that even
think
though
there's
there's
any
never
chance
been
of
a
a
fight once
physical
in the
fight.
history
I think
of
there's
the
zero
Science of
chance of a
Consciousness.
physical fight at this thing. I have never even gotten a physical. These references aren't to physical fights. They're to men so consternated they couldn't help themselves but get up in my face.
You say, like,
Which is,
if Sabina Hassenfelder, like, I don't think she's going to be there, but I mean, she's like almost no chance. But she was there, you would uncontrollably like get in her face and yell at her and get thrown out.
yeah, so I feel like you're just intentionally misunderstanding me. So maybe I should just change the topic, because I kind of feel like personally offended at this point at your misrepresentation of what I'm saying. It sounds intentional.
Yeah, my guy really just made no understanding what you were saying. I just like, and I can't
Because you literally cannot conceive of this. So then when it happens in real life, it's like, I've prepped him, I've briefed him, he doesn't believe it's going to happen. No, I don't want to go to the conference with someone who doesn't believe me that this happens and that it isn't my fucking fault.
that you're going to get into conflict at the conference.
I didn't say I would.
Yeah, I mean, God forbid, like,
I have, okay, I can remember a time where there was a mild conflict at a conference, yeah. And I didn't start it. Okay? Unless being awesome.
I mean, it's almost unfathomable what you're saying, like, because like I go to conferences all the time. I've never.
You and I don't go to the same kinds of conferences, okay? We're talking about a conference where there's a back and forth.
Yeah, I'm saying, well, I mean, you're not going to be a participant. You're going to be paying to attend, to watch.
Sure.
And that's why. I mean, the only way there's going to be a conflict is if you instigate one.
Oh, so if I ask a question and someone goes off on me, I've instigated a conflict there?
Well, I can't imagine that would happen. I mean, if you ask a
Really,
question,
because I'm literally telling you it's happened a bunch of times. You're denying it. It's like you weren't there.
well, I can't even picture what you're saying. I can't think of an example.
Why can't? Okay, you can't picture. Okay, then I guess we can.
Well, I'm
just
saying
move
I've been
on.
watching the Science of Consciousness conference for 15 years. I can't think of one example of something like what the hell is she talking about? Like, I've watched the Science of Consciousness conference, the videos of their events for like 15 years. I can't think of what you possibly are talking about. Like, what possible scenario could she be talking about?
Just saying that, like, the majority of the interactions I had at these conferences were awesome. Just saying. Just be clear here.
And I
This
mean,
was
even like saying like,
way out of the ordinary.
I'm
But
just warning you that I might,
when
you know,
it
like
happened, it
I might
wasn't
get
at a
arrested.
conference, although
might
there
get
was
thrown
one
out.
instance of a
It
thing
was
where a
probably
guy
a
was
waste of your
clearly
money.
flustered by what I was saying. Unfortunately, it was just a matter of being in two different fields and somebody being somewhat threatened. Is that inconceivable? Yeah,
No,
Mark.
I
Yeah,
honestly,
right.
it makes no sense to me.
Start the live stream, Mark.
So I just put it out there, like I might go to this conference, so I just forget about it. Like, you know,
I'm not saying that I don't want to go. I'm just saying I'm highly hesitant for a lot of reasons, and I'm conflict avoidant, and I guess
yeah,
yeah.
I'm not going there to get into a conflict. I can't imagine.
Do you think
I
I've
would
ever
get-
set out somewhere to get into a
I
conflict?
would imagine that it's like 0% I would get in a conflict there.
Yeah.
Literally
See, that
0%.
makes me think that there's a good chance you are going to cause a conflict there.
No, I'd put it 0%. I'm not going to pay to go to Italy in conference and get into a conflict. I mean, maybe I'm going to
Because
ask
you
like
just start
some
running your
fighting.
mouth and you wouldn't realize what you were saying was inappropriate, and somebody would say something and it would be so awkward, that kind of thing.
I'm not a speaker.
Yeah, but there'd be times when people would be talking that wouldn't be during the like there's like hallways exist, people talk.
Well, I'm not going to yell like a madman in the hallway. If someone wants to have like if I waited in line to speak to Hamarov and like, you know, like, I mean, even that, like I wouldn't like some point, I would probably be deferential. Like I can't imagine I would even get an argument, even if, you know, someone I mean, one thing of all the people at the conference, and even, you know, like, okay, I'm a dualist and these people aren't dualist, or I'm anti-evolution. Like, I'm not going to challenge someone to a debate on evolution. Like I've read most of these people's materials and books. I mean, ask them pointed questions about their research. Like I wouldn't go there to debate or argue. And even if I streamed it, like if I waited in line to ask a question, it wouldn't be argumentative or to like do a gotcha or to convince them. And even if I tried to inform them of my multiple truth hypothesis, like if I had a chance to speak to, you know, Hamarov's old man, but even Hamarov or anyone in tell them about my multiple truth hypothesis, and they're like, that's dumb. Like, I mean, I can't, you know, like I probably just move on. Like, I don't think I'd argue with them, and you know, I can't imagine. I would literally say the chance of me getting a conflict there is literally 0%. I wouldn't pay to go to Italy in a conference, and it would mostly be boring. It would be sitting there listening to lectures, at best a short question at the end. Um, I'm the type I would probably like line up for selfies and handshakes. If they had such a thing, like I would line up afterwards, you know, like in the social time, like wait for a handshake and a selfie. And if there were conversations, like I'm a pretty good conversationalist. Like I don't even think I would get into a single argument. It would be conversations, and a lot of these people there, I've read their books, I've know their research, and this. And my goal was to go to the conference this year, and then hopefully to submit something and maybe to be a part of the conference the year after, where I would actually be part of the, you know, submitting and presenting something at the conference the year after. And I mean, I guess that goal, if we stop doing week in review, it's unlikely I would continue my research. It'd be likely that I would do that, like that I would keep on working on it, or go that if, you know, God forbid, if some, you know, week in review fell apart, it would be significantly less likely that I would go to the, you know, I mean, Jennifer's the one who told me about Hamarov and Penrose, but it'd be less likely I would go to the conference. But you know, it's part of what keeps week in review interesting to me. It keeps me researching and studying these things, and so a natural
Yay.
progression. A natural progression would be to go to the conference, and it being in Italy makes it interesting, more interesting.
Yeah.
But I mean, it doesn't matter if it's not interesting to Jennifer.
It's not that it's not interesting, but remember how you said you didn't want to go somewhere unless there was a purpose? Well, to me, to go to a conference on consciousness and not debate about consciousness to win is completely inconceivable.
It's not a debate. I mean, no, I don't think there's any debates at that conference.
I know.
Everybody's going to meet
know.
and network.
And now you're saying, let's go to a conference where the goal isn't to debate. And I'm just a bit confused.
It's not a debate conference. Why would I go to something that for the intention where the intention of the thing isn't to, I would go there to meet and network with people. I would get there to try to understand the system in order that I might take part in their system so that I might present at the conference the next year, where I would submit an article and try to be a presenter. Like it's not I mean, at most they had the one debate with Chopra and that woman, or maybe they have one thing with debates, but I don't even think in the hallway there's going to be debates.
Okay. You're asking if you can present my teachings there? My absence?
No, honestly, I wouldn't be going. I mean, God forbid, no offense, I wouldn't be going there to present your teachings. Or you're going to go like Christopher Jean Jerkness on me and like.
I just thought I'd ask in case you were somehow trying to indirectly point to that. It's fine. I don't need to belabor that.
No, I mean, I might promote multiple truth hypothesis, but even if I didn't promote multiple truth hypothesis, like I would go there just to meet and network with, what I would call the experts in the field, and hopefully, they'd be worth a few $1,000s in a week of my time. Hopefully, something would come of that. If that's not the way that you feel about it, I wouldn't even recommend it for you. I mean,
my thing is I want to help people get enlightenment. So what's the chances of anybody at this conference is somebody that is what? I mean, that's the thing. I'm not really known for having a whole heck of a lot of students.
Well, no, I don't think. No, you're not going to go. You're not going to the conference to teach. You're going to the conference to learn and network. So if that's not interesting to you, if you're going to try to like crash their conference and be like,
I'm not saying I'm going to try to crash.
I should be the one on stage, not you.
No. You're completely misrepresenting me here. Like, not really fairly here. Like, you refuse to acknowledge the conferences I have gone to.
What's that have to do with the Science of Consciousness conference? If you want to be a presenter there, you got to submit an article, and like the time it may already be up. You're going to the conference to learn from other people, not to teach them.
Okay, learn about their brain.
If you don't think you have anything
models
to learn from them, then there's nothing. There's nothing for you at the conference.
Well, can you explain why panpsychism is inconsistent with materialism or brain theories of consciousness? Can any of them?
Doesn't matter.
Well, I understand their theory. Does any of them understand mine? No.
Well, you think you understand their theories.
It's not that hard to understand.
You think you have nothing to learn from any of those people, but you think they have something to learn from you.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the way you feel, it probably doesn't make sense for you to go.
Yeah, I guess I don't see the value proposition.
So I still might go.
But that's cool.
I think I have to look into renewing my passport, but it's not till May next year, and I could probably, I'd probably decide by like February or something like that, in terms of getting a plane ticket or booking the hotel room. Probably cost thousands of dollars, and it'll be cheaper if you book it far in advance enough to get my passport. But so I'll probably January have to decide whether I'm going to go or not, and so that's
you probably sound so spoiled right now. I'm sorry.
Well, you don't sound spoiled. You just saved me. Like, I was thinking of paying for you to go, but you just saved me a few $1,000s. Thank God. I wanted to waste any money paying for you to go.
Well, here's one thing, Daryl. I don't see any evidence of understanding on the other side. So to then allege that I need to learn more other theories when you don't do that, I call that hypocrisy and a laziness that is pretty annoying. I feel super bad though. Just looking at the facts of this, I feel terrible. We should have just not even talked about it, but we should go to the debate. So, Ralph, speaking of being wrong and doubling down on it, he said he took the metaphysical position of no presuppositions. This is the wrong hill to die on. To think people would believe that you had a suppositionless view with no evidence to back that, is that a reasonable claim? What's the prior credence to give to a claim like that? I guess I'm at a point where I don't think people understand what this means. So it seems like there's this, I guess, Hegelian idea of a single direction of historical process and a linearity of evolution in society that I don't even know how to put it into words, but Ralph kept coming back to post-Wittgenstein and Gödel, Turing. Okay, I have a word here and I can't even read it at all. Oh, Hilbert. Hilbert. So basically, there is no such thing as philosophy, and philosophy is reducible to some kind of whatever Kantorianism is the culmination of. So I thought that was, and I think it's interesting to watch from an emotional perspective because it really shows that okay, here's a thought, is there such a thing as a conclusion or as a question that doesn't have an answer baked into it? How many levels of suppositions are there in a question, in the asking of a question? How much does asking a question restrict the domain of the answer? And I thought it was really interesting to see how the beliefs are like a wish list. So it's like, oh, I wish reality was computational because I play video games, I guess. And since I think I understand video games, therefore I would understand the universe. I'm not sure if that's exactly the logic, but it does really seem to be a security blanket. Whereas I'm kind of on the opposite side. It's like, take down the security blanket and throw up the regular practice of evaluating arising feelings. And so it's not really any different from when I think I only talked to him like one time or whatever, but it didn't go anywhere. So did you fully say what you thought about that debate? Did you actually watch it all?
Well, the Crucible?
Yeah, the one that just happened.
I told you I only watched like 10 minutes of it, and I told you my beef with Andrew, why I stopped watching their channel, or not involved with that.
I thought maybe you went
and
back.
And how I couldn't follow it because it wasn't well structured. They didn't really clarify like how they were going to break down the argument or clear what they were going topic to topic. So it was I chose not to watch it.
It was super interesting in an emotional sense.
I mean, it did inspire me, that stuff on Hegel. So I did read some stuff on Hegel today. I was watching that Yale course, but I did read a little stuff on Hegel, just on the sublation to look at the topic. I would speak to Spirit Man. I don't really care to reach out to him. It probably cause beef that just to put myself into Crucible related circles to try to reach out and speak to Spirit Man. So I doubt I'll reach out to him. But he seemed like an interesting guy. His ideas, like God forbid, it probably wouldn't work. I wouldn't even bother to think to invite him on Week in Review. But
that would not go well. That would not go well.
Yeah, but like streaming in another venue, because then I would have to ask him for an interview or something like that, and so I don't care enough to do that. But if weekend review would structure in the way that I had originally thought, then might just like message Spirit Man and ask him to come on a weekend review.
I just like feel physical pain when I get this super high level of empathy for people's beliefs leading to necessary misery, and I just like, obviously I can't just cry for all time for all people, but like I gotta draw a line somewhere. I don't want to be like fanning the flames of it on the show. And there was a question in the chat here. What are the benefits of compassion and empathy? I don't know if you want to answer that. Might be too vague.
I mean, they're both Vedic and Judaic qualities. So, like, if you're talking the 24 qualities of a devotee, they're both in. I think both of those are included. Judaism. That depending on how you define them, but you're just from. If you wanted to put the overall view of some higher order principle of limiting suffering, and why compassion and empathy are important to limiting suffering, or if you wanted to define them as values in and of themselves. So you pretty easily make some sort of inclusion if you want to give the higher order rule of ahimsa that compassion and empathy help reduce suffering by understanding other people's suffering, by caring about others' suffering. Compassion literally means to suffer with. So I mean, you could even put like compassion, like himsa, to some classical definition that himsa and passion mean the same thing on some level. But to suffer with, you limit suffering by suffering with them, and so when someone else's suffering causes you suffering, you're more likely to try to limit their suffering. And empathizing with somebody when you understand, feel a person's position, then you're more likely to be able to do something to help them limit their suffering. But I think in a Judeo view, possibly even a Vedic view, where you don't have to have like the higher arching principle of ahimsa, why compassion and empathy are valuable, that you could argue, the mode of goodness, unity of God. You might be able to derive the benefit of compassion and empathy from just monotheism and the unity of God, unity of all creation. But I'd say both of those are positive qualities that most religious texts include in a sign of a enlightened person. Where you look at Jennifer's essay and the question of like enlightenment, what does it mean to be enlightened? And a lot of times there's affiliated character traits with enlightenment. The role exactly. If we look at Jennifer's essay, she might have thoughts on that also. Like exactly how do you look at the role, or even I might even disagree with what she said in her essay, in terms of becoming enlightened. That you could say acquiring these character traits are part of the path to enlightenment. That an enlightened person is compassionate, merciful, empathetic. Like the positive character traits that are associated with a devotee. And
none of that stuff was in my essay though, so I'm not gonna lie, I'm slightly lost. I like the digression, but slightly lost.
You mentioned that there's no path to acquiring enlightenment, or that's
no,
not the
I
word.
said yoga can't be learned if learning is a positive, a constructive process, then yoga can't be learned. If you define learning as just generalized ability, well, okay, it can be learned. But if learning is restricted to meaning a constructive process, and when people start out, it's reasonable to assume that that's the kind of learning they can relate to, because it's the learning associated with language.
With learning associated with positive character trait acquisition, and then just say compassion, empathy are positive character traits that are acquired through yogic practice. If you want to use the word learned, that empathy and compassion are learned, acquired. If you think the technicalities.
Well,
that,
the standard view would be all those things are in you and potential to various degrees, and then it's just a matter of getting out of your own way to experience them. Yeah, so do unto others as they would have do unto you. That would be nice. That kind of assumes everyone wants the same thing, and sadly, there's a bit of diversity in what people want. So, a bit tricky.
Well, since I'm still on my computer, if you want, we could look at your things real quick. So we're talking about it anyways.
Thanks.
And then I'll show my math books memes still here. So the screen share is working. You sent me two. So let's look at the enlightenment one, because that's what I was just talking about. So you start with a quote, like you're getting there towards the proper structure in terms of Western essay format, like but it's still lacking. But we'll focus on the content of it, not the format. So, a quote from Patanjali: "Yoga is the cessation of the fluctuations of the mind. Reaching enlightenment with yoga. Enlightenment is defined as a state free from disturbances, rhoda, and so-called nirodha." So I'm just going to read this straight through without making any comments. Reaching enlightenment with yoga. Enlightenment is defined as a state free from disturbances, rhoda, and so it is called nirodha. Over history, many have sought enlightenment through yoga. In the West, enlightenment tends to be vaguely understood as a permanent blissful state. Experts in the field consider enlightenment to be the most difficult skill to learn because it is neither a skill nor is it learned. Rather, a state of yoga is the end of skill for unlearning. Yoga is difficult for both doctrinal, theoretical, and practical reasons. The pragmatic implementation of yogic doctrine is difficult because it requires significant memorization of provisional theses, particular justifications, and associated certainty intervals. Yoga practice is even harder because the relinquishing of attachments is harrowing psychological process that
psychophysical. I think I wanted to put psychophysical
process that nothing can even ever truly prepare you for. The beginner understands everything in terms of boundaries. Yoga practices directly reveal the intrinsic nature of consciousness by dissolving boundaries. Learning is like piling wood, an additive process. Yoga practice is like burning wood, a process of destruction of boundaries and spiritual transformations. Since learning necessitates conceptual construction and concepts necessitate at least one boundary between their meaning and other meanings, learning necessitates the conceptualization of at least one boundary. The yogic state is reached by dissolving boundary, and so the state of yoga cannot be learned. However, impediments to the state of yoga can be unlearned.
All right, so I didn't think that was all that bad, but you're saying it sounds like reading the side of a cereal box in heaven.
It's kind of just definitions. It doesn't have proper format. And even though you've added a few things, like, then you're, God forbid, like just straight lists or definitions, um, it still needs a lot of work. None of these are proper paragraphs. Um, I mean, you're working, like I said, roadmap. You still don't include um, like a narrative voice. So it's still kind of like the side of a cereal box. There's no like narrative voice of who is this person writing, why are they writing, how do I know what they're saying has value, and
You
so it's like,
evaluate it. That's the whole point.
I mean, like if it's looking like something that like might be written on the back of like Patanjala's, or like if you bought like a book on like Patanjali's yoga, that like this would be like what would be on the back cover or something like that.
I'm not sure. It's just like I'm working on the writing and spent a long time on it. Didn't really get that close to anywhere except this little bit seemed like it was getting longer and decently flowing.
I mean, just from the first, like, enlightenment is defined by who? So, you just say enlightenment is defined, but it's defined by
Well,
who?
if one is familiar with the teachings in history, one can see certain patterns and definitions. So you're acting like stuff is never asserted out of nowhere in a book a little bit. And it's like, I can pick up a book and I can find you a bunch of assertions basically coming out of nowhere. So some of these assertions are going to maybe come quote out of nowhere.
Well, because I told you that.
Qualifying my authority for yoga presupposes anybody understands what that means to qualify authority for yoga. That isn't the case. So that's sort of where I'm kind of like,
I mean, so what I told you, like, I mean, it sounds like you listened to some of the things I told you, but because I said, like, in the introduction, you have to define the topic, and then you have to, uh, I said that your relationship to the topic, and your role as the author giving over information on the topic to the reader, and
can't someone else write that?
well, if you're the one writing it, no, it's got to be you. And then it said the
No one ever
general.
wrote someone else's introduction of themselves. Like, what if I just have anxiety about it?
I said you're probably never going to be successful at writing. It's something you have to overcome. It's some sort of deficiency that if you can't resolve, will probably be preventative of you writing. I mean, you did take my advice in terms of like the overall general interest, why the topic should be interesting. So, like a definition of the topic, um, if your definition quoted, because the assumption, so your narrative voice is enlightenment is defined by you as a state free from disturbances.
So, but
And
who's me and all that, right?
what is you? So I'm saying, because you didn't quote some other source, even though you didn't put, I define enlightenment is as it's implied that it's you. So I mean, you might as well have just wrote, I define enlightenment as a state free from disturbances.
Yeah, but I
Um,
presupposes the ego, and it sounds incredibly
but you did. You just didn't write the I,
narcissistic.
but you
No,
did
I'm
presuppose
referencing
the
a
ego.
collation of definitions.
So I mean, if you said that the majority of experts or some, uh, council of experts or this
Well,
authoritative
first of
text,
all,
but you
I'm
don't. So
skeptical of
the
the
I
claim
is
that
there
you can
whether you wrote
translate
it or not.
Sanskrit into English in the first place. So I'm
The I,
skeptical on that level
the
of
I is
translating
implied
the
here.
original language yoga comes from into English, period. That would be my biggest like bottleneck.
If you put like
Right now
Pentangela
we're
or,
talking about an hypothetical state.
well, I'm saying that the I is implied because you put
By what?
by. Well, God forbid. Uh, what are you doing here? I mean, if you remember, like, like, God forbid, like you forgot everything, like I went over with you.
Yeah, because that technique doesn't make sense for this.
No, I mean, because I said the I is implied. The I is the subject here. What's the subject of this sentence?
So we'd have to make another pre-chapter that and say, "Hi, I'm Jen, and this is why I'm going to talk about this topic."
Well, I mean, you could avoid that by saying you're in the passive voice here. Enlightenment is the object, not the subject.
Okay.
So you might write it because it's in the passive voice. Enlightenment
I could
is
just take out defined and as. I could just say enlightenment is a state free from disturbances. Just take the is defined out.
that might be better, but I mean
I'm
here,
reasserting the sutra basically.
well, I mean here, no, because the way you have it, I is the implied subject here. You put in the passive voice, but I'm saying the implied understanding of this is I define enlightenment as the state of free. So I'm just saying
Yeah.
that, like, that's what you wrote. If you don't know your grammar well enough to know that's what you wrote, that's what you wrote. Where I is the implied subject, but you didn't write it because enlightenment is the object, but you put in a passive voice, so it comes first. So if you wanted enlightenment to be the subject, it would just be enlightenment is a state free from disturbances, which would probably be better than the passive voice. But still, you probably the I is probably still implied unless you quote something to where the I is not implied, where you put enlightenment is a state free from disturbances and so-called Nirodha. If you don't quote someone other than yourself saying it, the assumption is that you are the authority that's stating that.
It's my explanation of the sutra there. It says Nirodha there on top. I'm basically reasserting that translation, or I'm offering a slightly expanded version of the sutra there. That's
Yeah,
not
if
me
you-
saying I define it that way. I'm saying I'm gonna
I mean, the unfriendly internet
This
circles, it'd be like,
current
you lie. Why are you
context.
being dishonest? You say
I'm
what
gonna
you
use
said is
this current
my
context.
understanding of
Can
Patangela.
you calm down, please?
Well, just put it to that level. Like, no, you're lying. Because
Can
what you're
you
saying,
maybe not escalate it to that and
you're saying
accuse this
my
insane motive
understanding of
on my account?
Patangela is enlightenment is a state free from disturbances in so-called Nirodha. So if you're saying that's Pentangela's understanding and it's not his understanding, you lie. So you're saying my understanding of Pentangela, if you don't want to write that,
How about
that's
I
fine.
put my understanding of his understanding is this, or rather my understanding for this particular writing's purposes of what he said that was translated by this person is this. What an interesting book this is going to be.
Yeah, so it's implied because you didn't write that it's implied. And so it's just kind of like poor writing. But I mean, it's better than, because at least you're doing an introduction and definition, but saying, um, saying there's no subject of your sentence. Someone's doing the defining. And if you're not explicitly saying who's doing the defining, it's ambiguous and hard to understand. So if it's you doing the defining and you're not being open that it's you doing the defining, it reeks of dishonesty.
In most books, you'd say, don't do that. They justify every single assertion ever made in the book. Because I would say that forcing someone to justify every assertion and then to go and justify all those assertions ad infinitum is sort of missing the point.
Well, as I said, that you may not have
It
it.
doesn't. Do you like? I feel like you're purposely not understanding why It doesn't make sense for me to try to qualify my authority.
Well, if you're not going to qualify it, just at least admit that it's you.
Because then I would need to, according to your methodology, cite sources on qualifying an expert.
Well, it's just standardized writing.
But
'cause it's
then
taken
if I'm going to
five.
cite the source, let's say I want to cite Shankara, who's interpreting Shankara? Because it's not written in English. And how do we know it's the right translation and meaning and blah, blah, blah?
Well, I mean, I think my critique's valid. That
It's
it's deceptive.
conceivable. I
'Cause
just don't
if
see
it's
how.
you defining it and you're trying to avoid the fact that it's you defining it, it's deceptive. Are you trying to confuse people into thinking that this is Pentangela's definition when it's not? It's your definition. And if it's your definition, so you're trying to confuse people like this is how Pentangela defines it, and it's not how Pentangela defines it. You're lying. And if the reason you're doing is you don't want to put like I define, I mean, which is I define enlightenment as,
Yeah,
and
you think that all this reasoning is coming from a subject. So you're trying to make sense of my motives. And it's very annoying.
no, I mean,
I
because
thought I
you
could
have,
count on you not to do that, Doovid. But I got to say to the audience, I feel like the chances Doovid and I getting into any kind of a physical altercation, zero. Just so I put that out
I
there.
mean, this is straight grammar. It has to do with subject, verb, object. Defined is something someone does. Something isn't defined by itself. It's either defined by you or
Well,
by
who
someone
defines
else.
a
And if it's
language?
defined by someone
Who
other
defines a
than you,
language then?
so if it's either defined, it's either you're defining it or you're giving someone else's definition. And if you're giving someone else's definition, you should write that. And because you're not writing that, the assumption is it's you. Because you're writing the passive voice, you have a subjectless sentences. The implied subject is you. I'm telling you, that's what you wrote. If that's not what you meant to write, you should change it because that's what you wrote. Your implied subject here is you.
See, the thing is, that's not how I define enlightenment.
Well, but that's what you wrote.
Yeah. No, I said it's defined as in, I could say my opinion of how the average aggregate belief in
There's no subject
of
to your
enlightenment
sentence. So the
associated
implied
with the
subject
laity
is
over
you.
the entire history of mankind has vaguely trended in this direction. That might get
Yeah,
somewhat tedious after a while to read that way.
So I mean, if you can't get past this, like you're probably just not going to be able to write. And if you like, because the implied subject is you, and it's almost ironic that like you're going back to the passive voice after we spent so much time like trying to explain to you the passive voice.
Yeah, I guess to me this is how it makes sense. And I don't know if it's, hard to know.
Well, I think
There's
it's
definitely an
deceptive.
issue with the passive voice. So
It's deceptive because
I'm going
you're
to say
writing
that this
subject.
criticism here could be levied at most books.
No, I mean I don't think any books have like this level of
Unqualified assertions is the content of most literature, which is fine. You can't qualify every assertion, nor should you. At some point, a context should become apparent. But with this, it's really hard to make a context apparent because the whole point of consciousness technology is uncontexted information utility.
no, I'm saying most literature, it's not just implied, it's given, it's explained, it's accepted that the author is the one making the assertion.
You keep repeating that like I don't know what you're saying.
And it's saying like because there's no subject, the implied subject is
Because
you.
you said at the beginning of this you were going to focus on
Most people just
the
have
content, not the
most
structure.
people just have a
Just to
subject and use
remind you
I.
that this is the
Most people just use
structure.
I.
That would be incorrect, though, in this case. Because I'm not the one defining enlightenment. I'm saying this is how it's been defined.
But you are the one who's defining it.
I'm literally
Unless you
reasserting
quote,
Patanjali's assertion there. I'm reasserting Patanjali's assertion for the second
unless
time
you
now. Gotta
clarify
repeat myself, apparently.
unless you clarify it, the assumed subject is you. So if you don't want the assumed subject to be you have to correct that and clarify that.
You're right. I'm assuming people will be able to understand that Niroda in the first line is the same Niroda in the second line of the first paragraph. And that is a terrible assumption. Moving on.
Well, it's just ambiguous, and if you don't clarify it, it's really just grammar. So I mean, that's so over history. Many have sought enlightenment through yoga. So I mean, it's just fine, like generic introduction statement, like so. Why is this topic important? Here's another where you're making an assertion, and if so in the West, I assert in the West, enlightenment tends to be vaguely understood as a permanent blissful state. Experts in the field consider enlightenment to be the most difficult skill to learn because it's neither a skill nor is it learned. Rather, it's almost nonsensical. If you're saying, I mean, if you're purposely trying to make the point of the word doesn't mean what it actually means. Saying experts in the field consider.
Can you just like clarify what you mean by that?
You say experts in the field of enlightenment, experts in the field consider enlightenment to be the most difficult skill to learn because it is neither a skill nor is it learned. Rather, it is the state and end of skillful unlearning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought that's what I put actually.
That's what you put, but I'm saying that if it can't be the most difficult skill to learn if it's not a skill and it's not learned.
Yet it's still considered a skill that is learned, that is the hardest one. Oh, the vagaries of language.
No, it's just nonsensical.
It's
like
not.
Experts in the field.
The Tao, I'm sure you can find quotes like this from the Tao that say something similar.
I mean, if they do, you should quote it because I don't think so.
I
So
don't
say
need
if
to
it's
go
if
quote
it's not
mining.
a skill and it's not learned, why do most experts consider it the most difficult skill to learn?
Because the abilities of yoga can be validated scientifically or whatever you want to call it, empirically.
I mean, it's just not. It's like experts consider rocks the most difficult food to eat, even though it's not a food meant to be eaten.
Well, that's a terrible
And it's a
metaphor
category
if I
error.
ever heard one.
If you're saying enlightenment is not a skill and is not learned, why would experts consider the most difficult skill to learn? As I said, like
I literally just told you it's because consciousness has intrinsic intelligence. That's the technical reason, but it's because you can measure and validate the skills associated with yogic practice.
So it's either a skill and learnable or it's not.
Right. And you're presupposing the
some
binary
sort of
logic, which goes against the four-valued logic of Buddhism, which comes out of Hinduism, which is zero-valued logic of non-dualism. So it doesn't apply to this binary, or the binary may not mean anything.
It just seems nonsensical.
See, the fact that you're upset is actually supposed to be considered good because
I'm not upset.
like with the Zen koans.
I feel bad for you. I feel bad for me that I wasted all this time and you're still like using the passive voice, and it almost makes me want to give up. But like, no, I'm not upset. It just I'm just reading this like it doesn't make any sense. you said like, no, it's perfect. In a sense, so like
Oh.
I'm just ready to give up. Like,
Are
like
you saying the concept of unlearning something is just inconceivable? Can you tell a difference between learning and unlearning?
I could tell the difference between. Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Like you're
just like
asking me to explain yoga to you, something known to be inexplicable. So it's like you're saying you're saying it doesn't make sense, and I'm like, good, and I know that's not what you want me to say. So I guess I'm back to sort of square one.
what it's saying, it just doesn't. If you wanted to put yoga is not a skill that could be learned, rather the state of yoga, or I don't know, the state of yoga, if it makes any sense, or the perfection of yoga is the end of skillful unlearning. But the fact that you qualify experts in the field consider enlightenment to be the most difficult skill to learn, because so if you just put yoga is neither a skill nor learned, rather the state of yoga is the end of skillful unlearning, um, that would make sense. Together with the experts in the field consider enlightenment to be the most difficult skill to learn, because it is neither a skill nor learned. Um, I think it's just a wrong sentence. It doesn't follow logically. It doesn't. It seems the first part of it seems unnecessary. Doesn't add anything. Um, in whatever meaning you're trying. So if your meaning is to say yoga is not a skill that could be learned, but rather uh, a state at the end of skillful unlearning in like a definitional way, but the way you write it doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, I don't think anyone. Uh, yeah, I don't know. Yoga's both doctrine. I mean, at least you're trying. I mean, to discourage you from trying, just saying that it it doesn't is not coming across. Whatever you're trying to express doesn't appear to be coming across right. Yoga is difficult for both doctrinal and practical reasons. The pragmatic implementation of yogic doctrine is difficult because it requires significant memorization of provisional theses, particular justifications, and associated certainty intervals. I don't know if you're mixing up topics. If you're going to separate the doctrinal theoretical study of yoga and then the implementation,
Where are
and I
we
don't
here?
know why the pragmatic implementation of yogic doctrine is difficult, because it requires significant memorization, when the theoretical study, if you say yoga has many definitions that require memorization.
No, it's not the
And
definitions that are hard to memorize. It's the implementations of the definitions.
that's not what you said. So the pragmatic implementation of yogic doctrine is difficult because it requires significant memorization.
Yep, that's why it says pragmatic implementation. Not just knowledge in itself or the basis stuff. But anyway, moving on. So is this no good, this list here? Difficult for 2 reasons, and then I state the 2 reasons?
Yeah, I mean, maybe you'd be better off just defining it than this, like, is difficult. Like, is that adding anything? And just say to practically implement yoga, uh, one must first memorize provisional theses, particular justifications, and associated certainty intervals. So are you adding anything by saying it is difficult? You just want to make it definitional, that to practically implement yogic doctrine, first one uh,
Yeah, I think I kind of do want to make the point that it's difficult.
But I mean, you have like a long carry-on sentence, and it complicates the meaning because if you're just making a statement um, that is difficult, and then you're throwing there in the middle that really what you're saying is, or you're saying this is the reason why it's difficult. Saying the practical implementation of yogic doctrine requires significant memorization of provisional theses, particular justifications, associated certainty intervals. Is that the
That
only
is the
reason?
reason. That is the reason why it is difficult. Yes.
And so if someone has a very good memory, then implementation of yogic doctrine is not difficult.
Sorry, what? I'm
So in this
sorry.
case, that the practical implementation of yogic doctrine is only difficult because it requires. So if someone had an easy time memorizing provisional theses, particular justification, associated certain intervals, then practical implementation of yoga would be easy.
No, no, no.
What are you implying the converse?
That would, I mean, the ability to memorize will be wonderful, but it's not sufficient to waltz into like a,
But I mean, in the way that you're
in
phrasing it
swimming
here,
classes, like how you go from red to orange to yellow to green, like can't just skip right to green. There needs to be
you're implying that the
an integral. I mean, it's
difficulty
very
lies in
complicated, but I mean,
memorization.
I don't think people need to take vows to benefit from the technology. I do think there needs to be sort of an understanding of the existence of the context of the integral knowledge, though. So whether it's not about just the pure memory skill. It's like your practical access to it, where it matters for the implementation of the technology. So yeah, I don't want to get into all that in the explanation, but what I said is I thought
I
it
think
would be relatable to a non-yogic practice, someone who didn't know anything about yoga. I thought that like explanation would be relatable as something like, okay, I've I've memorized theses, justifications, and certainty intervals. That's something I've done before. But that would be something most people would not use yoga technology for. Just
yeah. I mean,
think.
you're saying that. I mean, you've already used the word difficult. Like you said, it's difficult, and so now if you're saying this specific reason it's difficult is because of the significant memorization, you
No,
know.
no, that's something that is one of the reasons why it's difficult. But that's probably, I don't want to say the easiest difficult thing about yoga, but
But that's
in a
what you
way.
said. You said that's the reason why it's difficult.
Well, there's
And
a
then
lot of
even
reasons why
harder.
it's difficult. And the thing is that why it's difficult is going to depend partially on the person.
I mean, it doesn't. It seems you're saying two things at the same time that are unnecessary. So if you're laying out definitional, like this is how yoga's done, um, you've already said it's difficult. You don't need to write difficult in every sentence. I don't know if you're adding anything. Like you already said, it's the most difficult skill to, the nonsensical to learn, even though you don't learn it. And now you just want to put. I don't know if you're adding anything by is difficult, and the next yoga practice is even harder because the relinquishing attachments is a harrowing psychophysical process. I don't know if you're adding anything by your, difficult and even harder to that if it's just making the understanding of it harder to follow.
I guess I get an impression people
I mean,
kind
your
of think
point is
it's
to explain
not that
yoga, or
hard.
your point is to explain how difficult yoga is.
It's more to explain how difficult it is in order to set people up for success so that they don't go into it thinking, oh, this won't be too hard. And then accident and then something terrible happens.
Well, it's a
So I'm thinking, oh,
multi-step
I already know
process.
that's going to happen.
If you say it's a multi-step process and you follow these steps, uh, you're on the path to yoga, and you've already said it's difficult. You don't have to put that it's difficult every sentence.
Yeah, you're probably right about that.
I don't think your difficult and hard added anything in this at all. It just made it harder to understand. And then now I'm looking like, am I trying to understand the process of yoga, or am I trying to understand why yoga is difficult? So like the thesis of your essay is to try to teach people yoga, or the purpose is try to teach them why yoga is difficult. And so here the emphasis on difficult and hard, it seems that the purpose is to
Oh yeah, I guess I could just take that entire section out because it's sort of like not like it's almost like the third paragraph's more connected to the first one.
well, no, I mean, I just think you could take out is difficult. And is even harder. Some yoga is both doctrinal. I mean, even just once, yoga is difficult for both doctrinal and practical reasons. The pragmatic implementation of yogic doctrine um, requires significant memorization of provisional theses, particular justifications, and associated certainty intervals. Yoga practice necessitates relinquishing of attachments, which can be a harrowing psychosocial process that nothing can ever truly prepare you for. But like you're just like, okay, it's difficult. Like did repeating difficult like hard like two times in every sentence.
Okay, I got it. No problem.
Like I didn't like
I
okay.
agree with your
You
point.
said it's difficult, but like no, because you put difficult like twice in every single sentence. Now I know if you just put it once, I wouldn't have known it's difficult. So you had to repeat it twice in every sentence. Like no, you just put difficult once. The beginner understands everything in terms of boundaries. Yoga practice directly reveals the intrinsic nature of consciousness by dissolving boundaries. Learning is like piling wood, an additive process. Yogic practice is like burning wood, a process of destruction. And spiritual transformation. Since learning necessitates conceptual construction and concepts necessitate at least one boundary, learning necessitates the conceptualization of at least one boundary. The yogic state is reached by dissolving boundary. Is it boundaries? Is that even a word? Boundary, or is it supposed to be boundaries? And so the state of yoga cannot be learned. However, impediments to the state of yoga can be unlearned.
I think I just forgot the S on boundaries.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It's a good start. I mean, definitely could use some basic editing. Um, and like, there's no narrative voice or arc here. It just kind of, even with all this, it's still kind of just a definition. None of these are even really like proper paragraphs. There's no like map of like why and what you're doing. So it's just like, okay, like it's a definition. So you don't need like a why or what. It's just a definition. But okay, well,
Well, it's kind of like talking about the guru principle. And then I was sort of thinking working backwards from enlightenment. Like enlightenment's this state that first you got to kind of convince people it exists and it's desirable, but it's also not desirable to like rush it. But it's also good to start like as soon as possible, at least being aware of beliefs that are and practices that are conducive to ahimsa, which is obviously like really deeply connected to enlightenment.
well, you could try some way to put
So
that
it's
in there.
more of like working it backwards from like not wanting to quote advertise the concept of enlightenment, but maybe clarify certain things about it to put people on the path of success for when they pursue it. But obviously, the majority of the stuff is meant to be these kinds of descriptions here, like biological physics. So this was the one that I was really into. I do appreciate the feedback on the yoga one. I didn't actually go through and fix the passive voice because I didn't like get to that point, but I still wanted to have something because I realized I haven't really done much writing or put anything forward in a while because it just, yeah, slow going, I guess.
Sapient animal. The animal survival strategy can broadly be described as self-preserving movement responding to environmental stimuli or self-interest ambulatory proprioception. Subjectively, self-interested ambulatory proprioception is broadly motivated by threat detection and management. Threat detection is superposition of context identification and object recognition. Context identification, object recognition are rendered by the body and so are experienced by different probably animals to various degrees. Context identification and object recognition equals itself for the body times the body.
I'm using the notation. I just realized like when you have the thing with the brackets on either side of the equal sign, it means something different. And it just incidentally happened to pop up. It's like F equals F of X. So CIOR is determined by the body. That's what that means. So it's a function or operator, and the thing it's operating on is the body. So how's that? Was that one okay, or more passive voice?
Well, it's still passive voice because I mean, you assume still the exact same problem because the animal survival strategy is the object, not the subject. Can broadly be described. So it's basically the same thing. Like it's you, I mean, really, what you're writing is I describe animal survival strategy as self-preserving movement responding to environmental stimuli. So it's implied you're the one doing it, but you put it in the passive voice, so it's like kind of like deceptive.
Yeah, it's a biology textbook though. So imagine it's a biology textbook. So there should be zero
But it's not.
references to I in that. Well, imagine it is.
It's you writing something. It's you presupposing something, and by putting in the passive voice,
It's me writing a biology textbook. Think of it that way.
It doesn't matter. It's to be improper, even if it was a biology.
No
textbook.
biology textbook has the author referring to themselves in the first person in the middle of the book.
Well, they might have the author, but they still would use the passive voice. They would have a subject, or they have expert scientist define, or I mean, they would have an introduction that would establish the authority or the credibility or the school that they're using. And if they use the term like scientists describe animal survival strategy as, but I was saying that when you use the passive voice, the implied subject is you.
How many times are we going to flagellate this dead horse? I wonder.
Well, I mean, it's kind of random because, like, I think I mentioned it like 1,000 times before, and so like you're writing and you're still doing it. Context identification associates an experience with a concept, and object recognition associates a subset of experience with a concept or irreducible complex structure. The sole difference between these two processes is that context identification acts upon the perceptual field, whereas object recognition acts within it. A feeling is an instance of context identification, whereas a tree is an instance of object recognition. A boundary between the tree and the rest of perception is perceived, whereas an emotion knows so much boundary. In summary, the animal survival strategy manifests self-interest, ambulatory proprioception through context identification and object recognition.
Thanks. Is that it? Oh yeah, there was another one with the screenshot.
I think those are the only two you sent me.
I think I sent you a screenshot though. Can pull it up. Yeah, it would have been the last one.
Sapient animals evolved to identify context and recognize objects. A perception is recognizable boundary recognition. Sapient animals evolved to identify context and recognize objects. By associating word forms, objects to ideas, language substantiates. Seor, by associating geometries to axioms, mathematics also substantiates Seor, or sapience evolves to substantiate Seor. Since the word object is imprecisely defined, the object equal recognizable boundary. And so object recognition is restated as recognizable boundary recognition. This description both accords with experience and non-trivial self-referential. Non-trivial self-referential occurs when the same concept is repeated inside a composite, and the removal of either instance of the concept would alter the meaning of the composite. So it's kind of Hegelian, actually.
Thanks. So, any better or what?
Well, I mean, your ideas have always been somewhat interesting. I'm not sure if your writing's any better. I mean, like a tiny bit in the first one, where at least you made an attempt at defining and like a value proposition to why the topic should be of interest to the reader. So I mean, you have some like interesting ideas, but like no, I mean, your writing's still problematic.
Yeah, so it's kind of more the idea I was looking for feedback on, but I guess, yeah.
It's even like, because the idea, it's like, is an idea, or it's just a definition? I mean, if like the idea, your first article, like the second one, I'm not sure if it was an idea or is just a definition. So your first one, if your idea is that yoga is difficult, so that's like your thesis of like your little, it's not even really an essay, but is that yoga is difficult.
No, it was more about the boundary thing. Yoga is the removing of the boundaries and then tying the boundary to the perceptual apparatus of the animal and the willful non-perception of animalistic boundaries. So,
Was that definition or the idea?
well, there's unification in yoga, so
It's like a thesis. It
both.
wasn't. You didn't have like a clear thesis statement. So it's hard to tell. Like, what was I supposed to gain? Like, I read a few definitions, maybe like a few ideas, but I mean, you didn't clearly tell the reader what you wanted them to get out of what you were writing. You didn't have a clear, defined thesis.
I'm still not at that point yet because I'm still getting stuck on people not understanding what I'm saying.
Well, of course, they don't understand because you didn't write a clear thesis.
So
no one can understand what you're saying.
recognizable, whether, okay, here's the question, is whether recognizable boundary recognition is a concept that you can make sense of as distinct from just boundary recognition. Because it's like different, but it's not really clear how it's different. And so
Yeah, so if all you
it's still
did was
clear
like
to me. I mean,
write a
it's still clear to me.
definition, if
Because
you want to
because
be
putting
doing
the
more than writing a
word in
definition,
there twice is meta, gives like a meta perspective in the definition itself.
if you don't tell people what you expect them to get out of your writing, and then they don't get anything out of it, then you say, like, I read a definition, like, okay, it was interesting, like, I'm always trying to learn something, and saying, because okay, I speak to you constantly, so okay, it was your definition, so like I knew it was your definition, but if you're just reading that and saying the ambiguous, like, I'm not reading a dictionary, I'm reading what you're writing and you're defining things.
Yeah, it's hard because it's still such a I appreciate the feedback. It's doesn't really give me a lot of optimism because
Well, I mean, you're either gonna, I mean, just like you said, like yoga is difficult, writing is difficult, and you'll either submit yourself to the process and your writing will improve, or you won't, and your writing won't improve. And it's unlikely anyone's going to understand what you're saying if you don't work on your writing.
maybe I could just read from my textbook here. Knowledge of Ayurveda originates in Sanskrit language. Sanskrit is a precise phonetic language that uses a set of written symbols not familiar to most Westerners. The phonetic representation of Sanskrit words using the English alphabet is called transliteration. So that really sounds like a lot of just a sequence of definitions. Correct me if I'm wrong. Next, this is chapter 1. Introduction. Ayurveda is a system of healing that has its roots in ancient India. Assertion with no qualification. It's thought by many scholars to be the oldest healing system extant on our planet. No reference other than many scholars. Ayu means life and Ved means knowledge. The knowledge contained in Ayurveda deals with the nature, scope, and purpose of life and includes its metaphysical and physical aspects, health and disease, happiness and sorrow, pain and pleasure. Okay. Because to me, it sounds like what I'm writing is very similar to that in structure. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure I'm wrong. I just don't understand how. Because this really just sounds like a list of definitions to me. And I'm not complaining. It's awesome. Like, I read this textbook cover to cover.
Is there an introduction? Like is there an author that gives an introduction, or that's page 1?
There's a foreword on XV, which is like Roman numerals at the beginning of the thing. Talking about India.
Introduce an author or the topic.
Talking about India.
The purpose of the book. Even
Just,
so, like,
well, it opens with talking about India and then Ayurveda and then the parts of Ayurveda and then why knowledge is perennial and living wisdom, blah, blah, blah. And this is by Robert E. Svoboda. So the author did not write it, who is Basant Lad. So then there's a preface. For the last 20 years, I've traveled extensively teaching the various aspects of Ayurveda. I have the great 3 Ayurvedic texts, Sharaka, Sushruta, and Bhagavata Samhitas are quite authentic and contain several layers of meaning for the serious student. However, they are rather difficult for the beginner to follow and understand. I did blah, blah, blah. I love my students. They're sincere. Gives me great joy to write this.
I mean, there's an I in establishment of the narrative voice.
Oh, he used an I. Thank you very much for the reminder.
Even the textbook, I mean, there's still an I. There's an introduction with an I.
It's just like, what is that supposed to prove? I don't think there are any I's in the text.
Well, at least the introduction.
Can't we write the introduction last, though?
I mean, you could, but
Do,
I don't
do you
even know.
agree that it's futile to try to establish me as an expert on consciousness and on a formal level?
You don't have to establish yourself as an expert. You just have to. You like your writing seems deceptive when you're saying, well, it is you. It's you're the one who's writing it. If you're not an expert, you're writing it anyways. Like, fine, maybe I'm reading it even though you're not an expert. Um, but it's just like deceptive. Like, well, like who's writing it? Like, well, you're writing it. So, like, well, who are you trying to deceive by pretending that you're not the one writing it?
How many times are you going to say that?
Well, I'm
Because
saying that
there's
you're
no references of I in this textbook. Are you not going to respond to the fact that I've got a textbook here that's got no I's in it, and it's basically a list of definitions, though obviously written way better than what I wrote? The other three, and it's a
yeah, but I think
list,
it's established at the
all
beginning of the
6
book that
systems, another list.
if he just defines things and doesn't repeat I every time, just defines it. But you're saying the I is presupposed in the language. And in your Ayurveda book, he clarifies who the I is at the beginning of the book.
You're acting as though I don't understand that I have to write a preface, hopefully at the end. I
And
get
it
that.
still doesn't change the problem
That
with your
doesn't
passive
change the
voice.
fact that a textbook
So,
on biology shouldn't have the word I in it.
well, it shouldn't have the passive voice,
That's true.
because the passive voice presupposes an I.
It's just sort of odd. Like,
I'm just reading here, like, Earth is a terrestrial planet whose history is recorded in rocks. Like fingerprints left at a crime scene, the evidence for past landscape forming events is strewn about Earth's surface, hidden in canyons and mountains, and beneath lakes and seas. The history hasn't always been recognized, and only when Renaissance era scientists began to use newly acquired tools and their newly acquired knowledge about natural earth processes did they begin to seek out evidence, first for a biblical flood, then for events on a much grander scale. So I mean, there's no grammatical errors or ambiguities like yours. So I mean, like you still have your basic grammatical problems and ambiguities. That's you're mostly just your writing that you hopefully you could work on and improve.
yeah, what you just said sounded like a story. What book is that?
Textbook, Ancient Landscapes of Western North America, and that's the introduction. But when you actually get to the text, sediment and sedimentary processes. Continental environments are those found in the land, including rivers, lakes, erosion settings, and alluvial fans. These are composed mostly of quartz-rich sandstone and mudstone or shale. The most common environments represented in Cordelige geological history are river deposits, Eloian, and related settings. These are abundant across the Colorado Plateau and Rocky Mountains regions, but tend to be relatively uncommon elsewhere in the Western Cordillera. Shoreside environments such as beaches, barrier bars, tidal flats consist mostly of sandstones and mudstone or shell. I mean, there's no I, it's definitional. So the introduction preface establishes the I, and the introduction establishes the narrative voice, and then the textbook is just the text.
Right. So I guess I'm
It
launching
have,
into
have a
the
roadmap.
I'm launching into the textbook because the thought of writing a preface is just irritatingly, dauntingly. I
Wait,
mean,
you
I
didn't
want
tell me that. You didn't tell me that when you gave me to read that. You said like, "Oh, I'm working on a textbook, and here's just one random page that I have no, that you have no idea where the textbook is going to go." I mean, like textbooks also have.
well, sorry because it's hard to describe. It's not like I was hiding it as a secret. I didn't know either. Yeah, it just takes a while, but I do appreciate the feedback. So, yeah, in terms of it making sense, it sounds like it kind of did make sense, but it's not as clear as it could be. And obviously, the passive voice, I get that. It's a problem. Don't need to say it again.
It is ambiguous if you're trying to say like two things in the same sentence, and then probably just divide it up into sentence or clarify the logic or straightforward.
So it having two different meanings at once that are both true, that's a bad thing because it causes confusion.
Well, it's in the first one. Like, is it difficult, or this is the process, whether it's difficult or not, and it's difficult. So you're conveying two different ideas in the same thing. So like, okay, like I get that it's difficult, but now you're just trying to explain the process, and then you're also throwing in the constant reminder that's difficult. That they're two separate concepts you're putting into the same sentence. It's already a run-on sentence.
Okay, so it's
And even your statements are
compressed.
ambiguous, because then you have a clarifier. So like, oh, because now it's difficult because of the memorization, or that appears to be writing. That you said was difficult, and you say it's difficult because of the memorization. Does that mean that's why it's difficult, or are you just like emphasizing? I mean, so you just got to examine your sentences and things like ambiguity. And then try to make it as clear to the reader as possible. Through, I mean, God forbid you're still not doing proper paragraphs. So just when you're in proper paragraphs where you're clarifying opening sentence and direction to the reader. So
yeah, but like, do biology textbooks have opening sentences and all that? Because I don't think they do. They're just lists of definitions and diagrams.
No, they all have paragraphs.
Well, I can pull up a random page
This
here.
chapter will present a brief overview of geological principles germane to geological history of the Cordilleran region. Given the numerous books and websites that cover geological principles, terminology, and processes, we keep this overview as brief as possible and refer to the interested reader to sources that expand on these topics. The references at the end of the book provide a list of sources to be used to complete the text maps and other figures. They also provide additional information to the interested reader, some highly technical and some not so much. Terrains. The fundamentals of terrains and terrain analysis developed out of the study of North American quarterly in the 1970s and have expanded to most orogenic regions on Earth.
Okay, so that's
I'm
like
just reading. All
that's
these
like a
have
brief
introductory.
historical. Okay, that's like a brief historical introduction, but it's still a fact.
Well, I'm saying that they all have
or
paragraphs.
object.
They all have paragraphs, and they all have a general structure that the first sentence of the paragraph and the last sentence of the paragraph do what the first and last sentence of the paragraph are supposed to do, which is introduce and conclude a topic, and you give a roadmap for how one thing is leading to the next.
Okay, so where's the roadmap in what you just read?
Why is the introductory sentence the introductory sentence?
Well, you said there's a
The
roadmap, and
conclusion
what you read
sentence?
to me doesn't sound like a roadmap. Just sounds like a list of definitions.
Yeah, but it pointed direction to the reader.
Direction to the reader. You mean historical direction? Yeah, I'm lost here.
I know, God forbid.
Well, maybe your book is not an appropriate. It's not a biology textbook, is it? It's a historical analysis textbook that started in the U.S. in the 40s. Maybe a little
No,
different.
it's a book on geography. I just randomly picked
It's
that.
disanalogous. So here's another one. Pure awareness and consciousness, when reduced to sensation, perception, and thought, becomes the mental faculties. Is that the passive voice?
I couldn't tell what I wasn't.
I'm afraid it is. Pure awareness and consciousness, when reduced to sensation, perception, and thought, becomes the mental faculties. Yeah.
Are you reading what's on the screen, or are you just reading from something?
I'm reading from a textbook in my hand. Pure awareness and consciousness. Now that's the subject. When reduced to sensation, perception, and thought, become the mental faculties. Are you going to tell me that's not passive voice?
No, because what's the subject of the sentence?
Pure awareness and consciousness.
And that comes at the beginning of the sentence.
Right.
So it's passive when you put the object. So when you had something like enlightenment is defined, enlightenment is the object, not the subject. It's not passive voice. So if pure enlightenment is the subject,
It's
it
the
comes at the beginning.
subject, though.
Enlightenment, your sentence, enlightenment was the object, not the subject.
Well, which one are we talking about here?
The sentence you read wasn't passive because the subject was first. And when you have passive, the object is what's listed first.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out where I've listed this object first.
Enlightenment is defined.
Okay.
So is defined, the verb is defined. Enlightenment is the subject, is the object which is being defined, and the subject is who is doing the defining.
Unless it's enlightenment is defined as the object. You could say the definition of enlightenment is blah, 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 if you wanted to.
No, it's like the predicate object. It's not the object. You say enlightenment is the object of defined. It's not the subject.
Okay, so if we're saying
What is
subject,
being
that is subject, verb, object, I'm afraid. So enlightenment is defined. That's subject, verb,
I mean, we really have to go over
object.
this again. You
Well,
still don't get the subject.
well, I'd
verb,
like
object
to
stuff?
understand what you're saying, because to me,
Now you're
enlightenment
going
is
to
the
argue with
subject.
me.
Well, you're saying
Instead of-
enlightenment's not the
Now you're
subject.
arguing with me. You don't even know what the hell subject, verb, object is. Now you're arguing with me. You're claiming I'm wrong.
Well, to me, it's the subject.
You think enlightenment here is the subject?
Yeah. And then the verb is defined as, and then the object is a state free from disturbances. So I'm really lost here.
What's being
I don't know
defined?
why enlightenment has to be the object. I mean, I'm confused at what that means. I guess it's, it's an obscure
What's being
topic.
defined?
Enlightenment.
So that's the object.
Imagine this was math. Enlightenment equals state free from disturbances. Now, how would that work to word
If you
that?
put like subject, object, verb, enlightenment defined a state free from disturbances as. But no, I mean, enlightenment is not doing the defining. Enlightenment is being defined. The verb is defined. Enlightenment is not doing the defining. It's being defined. It's the object, not the subject. It's passive.
You really want so if I worded this, a state free from disturbances is the definition of enlightenment. That's more clear.
It may or may not be. You say it's a passive voice. Enlightenment is the object, not the subject.
You keep saying it's the object, and I keep saying it's the subject. So I think
you're
it's the
just wrong.
subject.
Take remedial writing.
Well, you can keep saying that, but I think you're just wrong here. So over history, many have sought enlightenment through yoga. So yoga here would be, many would be the subject. Have sought would be the verb, and then enlightenment through yoga would be the object. And over history would just be like a introductory. In the West, enlightenment tends to be vaguely understood as a permanent blissful state. That's subject, verb, object again. Expert in the field consider enlightenment to be the most difficult skill to learn. That's subject, verb, object again. So it's just like, okay, I don't understand what's wrong with it, I guess. You're saying I'm mixing up the order, but that's
You don't
not
understand that enlightenment
order.
is defined. Enlightenment is the object, not the subject.
I don't understand why you are telling me what my own writing means.
Because it's grammatical. It's saying that it's the passive voice. And I went over this. I had to delete the stream on my channel because, like, because some stupid argument, and so I mean, it's probably just best to move on. Like, I mean, it's not like uh, get an education. I mean, what could I say? Like, you don't think you're wrong, then there's no purpose in doing this.
I'd love to understand what you're talking about with
And I'm
passive
saying that's
voice.
why you don't make any progress.
At present, I don't.
You're
And what
arguing.
you're saying doesn't line up with what I'm looking at, and I'm trying to figure it out. And you're saying, well, pretty insulting things to me, I think. But okay, I guess we got to move on. That's okay.
Yeah, I mean, God forbid, like, take a writing course. Man, maybe it was a bad idea to look at your writing. I could have just read it.
Sure, no problem. So, guess we can wrap it up for now. Unless you had anything else you wanted to mention. Do you have anything coming up this week?
Oh, I was going to show my books, but I guess if you don't
Oh,
care.
no, fine. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Let's see the books for sure. Maybe you can read us some of them, because one thing I feel like I've got like a whatever development is that I want it to be a biophysics-esque book. That's what I want for the purview of it to be.
Okay, well, good luck with that.
You gonna go ahead with your books?
You give me full screen.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, so I think we've got you full screened. Is that big enough, you think? How's it look? Like, I can try to make it even bigger if you want.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well just make it the full screen, but so here's a simple workbook, Hamilton Education, guys. Mastering Algebra and Introduction, a unique and simplified step-by-step approach with over 2,000 solved problems. That one's kind of just basic workbook to for algebra. Here, National Geographic Star Atlas, Mapping the Universe and Beyond. Good book. Mostly pictures. Here's what I was reading from. This one's probably worth like $100 to look it up. Maybe not that much, but Ancient Landscapes of Western North America, Geological History with Paleographic Maps by Springer, Blakey, and Rainey. So this would be like a maybe graduate or upper level course in geology. Ancient Landscapes of Western North America, Springer. Here's a good book. I think I had this one. I just took it off my shelf to put with my other books. I'm going to reorder. I don't think I ever showed this. This is like, I think, a graduate textbook, Princeton, Einstein's Gravity in a Nutshell by A.Z. And as from Newton to gravitational redshift, Newton, Riemann, coordinates, curvature, action, symmetry, conservation, space and time, electromagnetism, gravity, equivalence principle, curved space-time, field equation, black holes, our universe, gravity, past, present, and future. So textbook on unique textbook provides an accessible introduction to Einstein's general theory of relativity, a subject of breathtaking beauty and supreme importance in physics. With its trademark blend of wit and incisiveness, AZ guides readers from the fundamentals of Newtonian mechanics to the most exciting frontiers of research today, including de Sitter and anti-de Sitter spacetimes, Kaluza-Klein theory, and brane worlds. Unlike other books on Einstein gravity, this book emphasizes the action principle and group theory as guides in constructing physical theories. Z, the name of the author, treats various topics in a spiral style that is easy on beginners and includes anecdotes from the history of physics that will appeal to students and experts alike. So, to have a chance to look at that one, that's a huge book. Here's a Real and Complex Analysis, McGraw-Hill. Abstract Integration, Positive Borel Measures, LP Spaces, Hilbert Space, Banach Space Techniques, Complex Measures. So I show it also has in Fourier transforms, harmonic functions, holomorphic functions, modulus principle, conformal mapping. So very important, difficult mathematic concepts. I showed you that MIT course at the beginning that I shared on similar topic. Chang and Keisler's model theory. Dover. Model theory deals with a branch of mathematical logic showing connections between a formal language and its interpretations or models. This is the first and most successful textbook on logical model theory, extensively updated and corrected. Each chapter introduces an individual method and discusses specific applications. Basic methods of constructing models includes constants, elementary chains, Skolem functions, indiscernibles, ultra products, and special models. The final chapter presents more advanced topics and feature a combination of several methods. Here, the space book, from the beginning of to the end of time, 250 milestones in the history of space and astronomy. Here's 3 simple books, 50 machines that changed the course of history, 50 minerals that changed the course of history, and 50 plants that changed the course of history. The Great Lakes, the natural history of our changing region. You're here in Michigan, the Great Lakes. So, geology book. So do the textbooks first. So a few more textbooks.
So did you just get these this week?
Yep.
Tim says pamphlet or go home. I don't want to. I don't think what I'm trying to say can be reduced to a pamphlet, but I like diagrams a lot.
You can start with a pamphlet. If it's useful information, you put it into a pamphlet.
Pamphlet is kind of like something you distribute if you have something particular to say. I'm more saying there's a range of applications to this because it's a unified tech. That doesn't really, I don't know. It would almost be like a sticker.
Experts sing linear algebra step by step. A whole bunch of these already. You know, like introduction to linear, another introduction. You know, attempt to step by step linear algebra, visual complex analysis. Just check what complex analysis. Euler's formula, transformations, complex functions, polynomials, power series, Mobius transformations, informations. So pretty complex stuff. Non-Euclidean geometry. winding number topology, Cauchy's theorem, power functions, vector fields, complex integration, flows and harmonic functions. So important stuff. An attempt to to make extremely
Wow, that's huge.
that's textbook. This like a supplement to would be like a graduate course in mathematics, like a special attempt to visualize and supplement understanding. Here's Oxford Text and Logic, Mathematical Logic, Criswell and Hodges. Um, another basic introduction to logic. Here's another one, an introduction to mathematical logic, Richard Hodel.
That one looks awesome. What does that
Yeah,
talk
these are,
about?
these are all good. Like wish I had time to try to get through them. Jacobson's Lie algebras, Lie group theory developed by Sophus Lie LIE in the 19th century ranks among the more important developments in modern mathematics. Lie algebras comprise a significant part of the Lie group theory and are being actively studied today. Chapter 1 introduces basic concepts that are necessary for understanding of structure theory, while the following 3 chapters present the theory itself. Have you heard of Lie algebras? I guess it's a name. It's probably French.
I have, but it doesn't really map to anything in my memory.
Engel's theorem. It looks pretty complicated. Most of the book is symbolic. So
And how much are you going to sell that for?
I'm keeping these books. I'm not going to sell them. These
Okay,
books
so
are
it says it's a vector space together with an operation called a Lie bracket. So it's some type of vector space thing. A very
lying
advanced.
about algebra. His name is Lie. Literally. CRC, I guess Chicago. I think CRC Chicago. Introduction to Set Theory, Harback and Je. So I have a few books. Introduction to Set Theory.
Do you actually see yourself using any of that stuff in your MTH writing? Because we haven't talked about that in a while, and I didn't ask about it, but I probably should.
I wish I would, but so you just like keep on falling behind. Hartog's Mechanics, Dover. Archive the status of classics among introductory text on mechanics. Mechanics is not a heavy book despite the amount of material it covers. Emphasis is on consistently illuminating fundamental principles and showing how they are embodied in a higher number of real engineering and design problems concerning trusses, loaded cables, beams, jacks, hoist, brakes, cantilevers, springs, balances, pendulums, projectiles, cranks, linkages, propellers, turbines, flyball engine governors, hydraulic couplings, anti-roll devices, gyroscopes, and hundreds of other mechanical systems and devices. Chapters cover discrete coplanar forces, conditions of equilibrium, distributed forces, trusses and cables, beams, friction, special forces, the method of work, kinematics of a point, dynamics of a particle, kinematics of plane motion, movements of inertia, dynamics of plane motion, work and energy, impulses and momentum, relative motion, and gyroscopes. Particularly in the last 2 chapters, Hartog provides advanced material not usual in introductory texts. So, always good to review your mechanics. These are not interesting books. The Prime Number Conspiracy, the Biggest Ideas in Math from Quanta, edited by Thomas Lynn, which is a collection from Quanta Magazine. Have you heard of Quantum magazine?
I don't think so. I guess they're still around.
Yeah, so they published, I guess, books with here's Alice and Bob meet the Wall of Fire. I guess Alice and Bob. Are you familiar with Alice and Bob?
Nope.
These are also a collection from Quantum magazine. Usually, Alice and Bob are the protagonist in quantum computing, where you have quantum entanglement, Sabina Hasselfeld's spooky action at a distance, and Alice and Bob would be the theoretical receivers of the messages at the opposite
Oh
side.
yeah. Okay, I have heard of that. Yeah.
I'm not sure why Alice and Bob, but like for usually quantum computing, quantum entanglement, whatever reason, Alice and Bob are usually the names referred to the protagonists. But those are just collections of articles. Okay, so these are actually pretty good. I've mentioned the Cambridge Student's Guide to Infinite Series and Sequences. So series and sequences, always important to mathematics.
Is there anything in that about Taylor and Maclaurin series?
Um, so this is one my dad actually. My dad.
Is there anything in there, or are you going to check? Or I thought you were going to check in the index if there was anything about Taylor series in there. But
okay, yeah, it's not in the.
Because I was also going to ask about Fourier series.
Yeah, I mean it has Fourier series is listed in the table of contents. I didn't see Maclaurin. Maclaurin series has like.
Taylor and Maclaurin series are pretty important.
Yeah, pretty big. Taylor series and Maclaurin have like 6 or 7 mentions in the book, but there's no chapter on it. Although Fourier, Lagrange, and Fourier.
Are they defined?
Series, well, they're not in the table of contents, but they're in the index. You want to see how they define them?
I was just curious, if it would be good to have like a refresher on stuff like that for my off-sided metaphors. So what is the point of buying all these math books anyway?
We can seek a Maclaurin series solution, which is an expansion around the origin. So Maclaurin series solution is an expansion around the origin and have a mathematical form. This means the Maclaurin series representation of the solutions where the given differential equation will converge at least within the interval the absolute value of x is less than 1. I said you can see the highlight that my dad read the first chapter and highlighted it. So he reads these in the bathroom and he reads them with like a highlight marker and sometimes goes over twice. So we'll highlight it.
Do you think it's so weird when people highlight like every word? What's the point of that?
It's probably a memorization understanding technique, but yeah, they say like you see he like besides we, he like didn't highlight the we. I guess there's no I, but there's the we. Like maybe my dad's
math
thinking
texts tend to go we let x or
the only
just
word
let
he didn't highlight was
define
like
this to be this.
The only word he didn't highlight was like the I or we. These are all duplicates, actually. So these are all books that my dad had 2 copies of, and so I was organizing my dad's library, and so these were books that he had 2 copies of, and my dad kind of just like collects or buys things, especially books on math and science. He said like this one has his highlighting in it, so you can see that he actually started reading just the first chapter. Here's another set theory and introduction to independence proofs. Studies in Logic and the Foundation of Mathematics, volume 102. And I showed last week these um, Jacob Schwichtenberg books on the no nonsense quantum field theory, the no nonsense quantum mechanics, the no nonsense uh, classical mechanics, and the no nonsense uh, electrodynamics. So here's Jacob Schwindenberg's Teach Yourself Physics, a Travel Companion, which doesn't actually have any math or symbols in it, just a overview on teaching yourself physics. And here's Arnin's Galois theory. And these other ones are books. These I'm going to move to the other section. This book I read already. I read it at my dad's house a few months ago. This is a famous book, actually. Poloi, How to Solve It, a New Aspect in Mathematical Method, of a just a method for looking at and solving problems. Beyond Infinity, an expedition to the outer limits of mathematics by Chang. Just a book about infinity. Here's a famous one, Chaos Making a New Science by James Gleick. You heard of this one? He also wrote Genius, The Life and Science of Richard Feynman. Memes would probably know James Gleick.
When's that from?
I'm not sure. I remember
I've
when this
seen
book,
it around, actually. Like, it looks like a pretty popular one.
it's 1987. So I think I was even like, remember when my dad got this book when it first came out, and it was it was a national bestseller in 87 when it came out, and so now it's already pretty dated, but this was when chaos was first like a big new thing in mathematics. The Universe Speaks in Numbers, How Modern Math Reveals Nature's Deepest Secrets. This one should be interesting. Graham Fermello, the philosophical insight of the universe speaks in numbers, how modern math reveals nature's deepest secrets. Here's Leonard Susskind, Quantum Mechanics, the Theoretical Minimum, What You Need to Know to Start Doing Physics. And here's the Theoretical Minimum, What You Need to Know to Start Doing Physics. I'm not sure what's the difference between quantum mechanics
You kind of trailed off there. Quantum mechanics and
these are both Leonard Susskind, the Theoretical Minimum. So one is like quantum mechanics, just what you need to start to know physics, and I guess one is what you need to start to know quantum mechanics. I have to look more at these. Suskind's a popular author. Here's Sean Carroll, The Particle at the End of the Universe, How the Hunt for the Higgs Boson Led Us to the Edge of a New World. Leonard Susskind, The Cosmic Landscape, another Susskind book, String Theory and the Illusion of Intelligent Design. Susskind is one of the originators of string theory, so he's also the author of some of these basic introduction to physics books. I actually put a copy of this up for sale. I had another copy I put up for sale, Flatterland by Ian Stewart, like Flatland, only more so. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Flatland. One of the most
well, I'm
famous.
familiar with the concept of I'm familiar with this metaphor that they often invoke about like
It's one of the most
being
famous.
on a piece of paper, 2 dimensions is to 3 dimensions, what 3 dimensions is to 4 dimensions, trying to construct some sort of space-time metaphor. Is that what it's about? The Flatlanders are the ones that live in the 2D or something?
Yeah, it's one of the most 1884 Edwin Abbott Flatland, one of the all-time classics of popular mathematics in story form. So Ian Stewart wrote Flatterland, um, an engaging, accessible guide to some of the trickiest concepts in contemporary mathematics through the larger than life characters of an inspired storyline. Flatterland explores our present understanding of the shape of the origins of the universe, the nature of space, time, and matter, as well as modern geometries and their applications. So, the journey begins with our heroine, Victoria Line, comes across her great great grandfather, A Square's diary hidden in the attic. So, it's Flatland was written in 1884, and it's a story formed to teach mathematics, one of the most famous mathematical books ever written. And so, this is a more modern conception to try to describe the current conception of complicated ideas in physics with the same story format of geometric shapes. Ian Stewart's Flatterland. I actually have one of those for sale also. Another one, Stalking the Riemann Hypothesis. So I read Derbyshire's book on the Riemann hypothesis. Derbyshire is like on Un's and also kind of like a right-wing conspiracist, but he also wrote a book on the Riemann hypothesis. So, there's like 20 books written on the Riemann hypothesis. Dunham, Journey Through Genius, the great theorems of mathematics. I've skimmed through this, just an overview of the great theorems of mathematics. So it has Hippocrates' Quadrant of the Lune, Euclid's Proof of Pythagorean Theorem, infinitude of primes, Archimedes' determination of the circular area, Heron's formula of the triangular area, Cardano, the solution to the cubic, gem from Isaac Newton, the Bernoullis and harmonic series, the extraordinary sums of Leonard Euler, and more. So just a history of mathematics through some great equations. Searching to Solve the Greatest Mysteries in Mathematics by Marcus du Sautoy. And this is also on the Riemann hypothesis. Stephen Strugatz is a popular math author. The Joy of X, a guided tour of math from 1 to infinity. He's also the author of like The Joy of Pi and like The Joy of different series. So here, The Joy of X. And speaking of Ralph, I don't know if Ralph read this book, but here's Alan Turing, The Enigma, that was made into a movie. This specific biography of Turing was the one that inspired the movie Turing, The Enigma, and pretty, like a 700-page biography of Turing and his revolutionary ideas. So actually, I look forward to reading this one. So there you have it. So these books I'm going to keep. Like my dad's a collector, and me and my dad have a business together. Like I sell stuff on eBay, and I manage properties for my parents. But he collects books. So these math books I'm going to keep. Other stuff I put up for sale, but so I just finished. Actually, I didn't finish. He's always getting more, but I just finished organizing my dad's math and science library, and there's more because he's got boxes and boxes of books that I still need to unload. But I finished the bulk of his math and science collection, and these books are all actually duplicates, but he kind of just buys them in bulk. So sometimes he ends up with duplicates, and we have business together. But these ones I'll keep for my own personal collection. I'm not sure. I was mentioning that maybe I would try to do a street of my dad's library, but he's all paranoid and kind of like distrusting older generation boomer, so I may or may not at some time.
Yeah, well, last we talked about it, you said you were like thinking of sneaking in.
Well, I'm my mom's retired. My dad still works, but I see my mom almost every day. Take care of her. I do like the garbage and dishes, and we have a business together. Like he's always buying stuff, and I organize and sell some of it. Um, but Yeah, so he works, like he's a doctor. He works every day, so I would be able to do it. He probably wouldn't know the difference. If I asked him, he would probably say no. If I just did it, he might be upset and ask me to take it down, but maybe not. Like it would probably be like my brother or sister might see it and tell him. I'm not sure. Like his math and science books, uh, he might be okay with me doing.
Why would your
Um,
siblings rat you out?
well, just because they know he wouldn't be happy that I did it. So they'd see it and be like, "Did you ask Dad?" Or to speak to him is like they might tell him, and then he'd be upset. And God forbid, it's a dangerous, untrusting world, and showing your stuff like probably just induces thievery. But maybe he's proud of his math and science books. My dad has a
Yeah,
whole.
well, maybe that's a good point. And I guess borrowing them and then showing them on a show, would that still make him upset? Was that a possibility?
There's too many to borrow him. So he's got like a whole room of just math and science books. My dad has a whole shelf, like 40 books just on Einstein.
So it's more of a library than a
Yeah, I'm saying
bookshelf.
just like yeah, I think it's probably like as of now. Then there's more. Probably I have 6 full shelves just on math and physics. So I mean, like it'd be
Wow.
like thousands of pounds. I'm saying like put in boxes. It'd be like like 30 boxes. But I mean, it's like a whole. In fact, it's more than one room. Like it's in like the hallway and a room. Um,
Is it all
but
nice and organized and oiled on a regular basis?
why I have them organized per section. So just like Springer books, and Springer books are actually valuable. So like just his Springer books are worth a few $1,000, and he probably even has a handful of but like he's probably got like 50 Springer books that like undergraduate textbooks, and like God forbid, like I was mentioning Walter Isaacson on Einstein. He has like 5 copies of those. He probably kept on buying them, or like if he buys books in lots, that's probably a popular book, so like people have it. um but yeah, I mean, a lot of textbooks, and so my dad actually has his old textbooks when he was in school. uh and my dad is like my grandfather was an engineer, so like his old textbooks, my grandfather, blessed memory, from like uh 70 years ago. uh I mean, those probably aren't really valuable, but so we have those. And then my dad's just been buying books, and he collects them. I have the Feynman's lectures. uh but yeah, I mean, thank God my dad's collection's probably as good as like some universities, not like University of Michigan, but like probably like as good as some university libraries. And like that's what he likes, collecting these things. So he reads some of them, but he's more a collector. And I think like he probably is inspired. Like time is short. He would like to understand and be doing this stuff. He doesn't have the time, um, so he just collects the books.
So he collects books that he'll never read.
Um,
What does your mom think about that?
I mean, she might think it's semi wasteful, but I think she enjoys having collections. Like,
Books are actually, as far as collections go, can be quite wonderful because they have an absolutely sometimes wonderful smell.
They come from the, they're
Most
boomers. So
cigar rooms, most offices have like a combo book and wood smell, so it makes it pleasant.
I mean, my mom took higher birth, so my father maybe took. I mean, I don't know, he didn't take low birth, but lower birth, in turn, like he wouldn't have thought to just like, you know, have the extra money to buy all these books just for a collection, and books aren't even relatively that expensive. So I'm saying, like, even like a big library, uh, um, isn't super valuable, but he value it makes him look smart. Um, I don't even think anyone looks at them. I think he just finds it interesting and wish he had the time. If he had the time, he would read and study it. And so he just buys them, and now he's over 70, and most of them he's never read, and a lot of them he's bought like more than once, because he forgot that he bought them. So like he's 70 years old. Some like I said, the James Gleick 1987. Some of this stuff he's been buying for decades, and maybe forgot that he had. Sometimes now he's a doctor. He just buys lots of books off of like his patients, or various, like if people have books, they will just sell them. My dad will buy them. So we have a business together like that, where he'll just buy books, and then if he doesn't want them or has duplicates, he'll give them to me to sell. So we got a business together like that.
Oh,
But
nice.
yeah, I would, like, I'm trying to up my intellectual output. Like, I'd be lucky to read like the non-technical stuff, like the last books I showed that were just kind of like about math. They weren't really math books. um I probably read like one every 3 days of those. And I'm not even studying Judaism anymore. Like for years, like I read like a book on Judaism every day. I don't even think I read a book on Judaism a week now. And there's other stuff I read a book on my computer, mostly stuff I've downloaded. I read probably like a book on consciousness related topics every day. That's the
I'm
main
surprised
subject.
you don't want to talk about those on the show.
Well, I just read a book on Hegel today.
Because of that debate.
Yeah, I
So
did.
cool. What was the book called?
It was a thesis, and it wasn't actually a book. Like I just downloaded like someone's thesis and they'd actually done like a statistical analysis of Hegel's writing and how many times he uses different words, or like the name, the Auffugen, or whatever the word for
Sublation.
negation.
Well,
The
yeah.
word for negation that's translated
On the
sublation.
debate today, they were calling it sublation.
So this thesis even did like a statistical analysis of all the different forms of the word. But I just wanted like the basic. I skimmed through it pretty quickly. But I finished a book today
Most
on.
people say Hegel is a philosopher's philosopher, so he's impenetrable, so it's hard to get a grip on compared to at least previous philosophers.
I'm finishing a book right now on educational psychology,
Did
a
you have a
history.
comment on that? You don't. Did you find it hard to understand, or not really? The Hegel thing.
Well, I mean, there's the historical, like what Hegel said, then the current value of his ideas, his role in the historical progression of ideas. Um, and then said like it's disputed, like that article, like whether he was a monist or not, and he doesn't self-declare himself a monist. So yeah, I'm not interested in being like a Hegel scholar, and even the theory of logic. Like I said, like I mentioned Hegel playing the role between dualism and materialism. with the synthesis. And yeah, I mean, like just reading the stuff, having someone to talk about, like week in review, just talking about these ideas, and I think you need like a little more, probably like if I was writing on it, so I want to I might create a website, try to develop a little more intellectual community. Like I said, if I wasn't streaming with you, I would probably just give up on this stuff. I think I wrote on my multiple truth essay in that, you know, like uh like my dad, I would just buy some books occasionally if I had time, read about it, maybe think about it. But without week in review, I wouldn't have serious research to think, or someone to talk with about it, or to share what I'm doing. So, like my dad, I don't think he has anyone to share that with. Like, so if he reads books on it, my mom isn't scientific, so he probably doesn't even share or talk with her about it. And he doesn't have any, like serious intellectual, or someone to give feedback. And my dad probably gave up on writing. Um, he's a successful doctor, but that he would be publishing like papers or something like that. It didn't work out for him like that. I mean, it's possible that he would still do it, but he's already over 70, so the chance they'll start writing is unlikely, but it's possible.
Well, does he want to?
He's mentioned in the past, like he asked me to download or even buy him like some mathematical software, like a a word program that lets you use mathematical symbols. So I downloaded him a free one. I don't think he ever used it.
Yeah. What about your like writing about the self? I hate to have been right on that prediction that you were going to get lost in that and trying to write on that because it was just too all encompassing of a subject. But did you have any more like progress, or just pretty much is on pause for now?
Yeah, I'm reading more books on it because I took myself off the chess server because
Do you regret that at all? I mean, wasn't it, I don't know, fun or?
it was just a waste of time. I mean, what not to say waste of time, but time is short. Like if I was playing chess too much, like time is short. You just look at all these books my dad bought and never read. So you just don't have that much time to play chess. I think my weekly tour of my library book is going well. So I'll probably do mob talk tomorrow. Um,
You think you'll keep doing that?
we'll see. For now, like it seems to be doing better than Charles Moskowitz. Like what, we got 200 views. Brundle popped on for a few minutes. Got like active chat, and so at least you were talking about interesting things, and conversation hasn't died out, and we're still talking about new things without too much repetition. So
Yeah,
maybe,
like I'll keep working on my writing, but I just hope you can like accept that it's going to be a textbook style, and I won't be referencing myself in it at all if I can, because I don't want to. But I'll do whatever I can to get rid of the passive voice there.
yeah, man, that's what's ironically, the passive voice implies yourself. So like if you just put like enlightenment is, as opposed to enlightenment is defined as, because enlightenment is defined as implies the subject
It
is I,
implies I define enlightenment to be, perhaps in some way.
as opposed to if it's just to put enlightenment is, then enlightenment is the subject, and you don't need the word defined.
Yeah. Memes says you should do book reviews. I mean, you want to talk about monetization? I guarantee you could monetize that
Well,
Because
see, I
then
mean,
your audience would just be sending you books, and then you could pick whatever ones you wanted to review.
um,
And then you could call it Book and Review with Doovid.
well, I'll see if I, like I've been getting a few more subs. I'm up to like 2160, but um, not many. But I'm, like the number is slowly going up. It had been kind of like dormant, and so now the numbers gaining just a handful. But yeah, my I'm averaging, like my civil engineering only got like a little over 100, but um, and my watched hours it definitely up. So I think the tour of my library is good for myself to review my own what I've read, think about, and I'll probably do Muslim books next week. 'Cause I was thinking I'd do my Islamic books next week because those I be easy. Maybe I have Christian books or then Gurdjieff. I also have like a African Caribbean section. I have my huge Judaic section. Um, but yeah, I'll probably do Islamic books this week. And if I get positive feedback, so I just got viewership um, on that Freemasonry one. Like the guy came on and he said he wanted to interview me on his channel, but he hasn't reached out to me since then. So Purple Plimpkin. I have one book on Sikh. Um, I think I only have one book on Sikhism, and I'm not sure if I have that with my. I think I have that with my Hindu section, not my Islamic section. Um, and not even the main Hindu like Hare Krishna books. I have like a section with like demographic stuff and Buddhism, and then maybe I'll try to organize and I'll do economics, philosophy, psychology, consciousness, philosophy. Um, but I have them not well organized on my shelf, so like I probably have like two shelves on a lot of those topics.
And how many books
And
do you have? Approximately like 2,000, 5,000.
well, on my books that I've read on my shelf, probably like 2,500, maybe 2 to 3,000, like books that I've read that I kept and are on my shelf. In my house, I probably have like um 10,000 books. I probably have like I probably have like I have 1,600 items on eBay up for sale. A lot of them are lots. So I probably have like 3,000 books up for sale on my eBay page. And then I probably have another um, 4,000 books that I haven't, that I have not up for sale, that I have, up upstairs. Like I have books everywhere in my house. Like every room in my house is completely covered with books. Most of them are for sale. So I have like, in my living room, the floor, um, two rooms, a room and a half upstairs. I have, books that I have for sale in some loose form of organization. I also have CDs for sale. They don't take as much room. And then I have two full rooms full of books that I haven't put up for sale yet, that I have somewhat alphabetized. And then in like my hallway, I have piles of books that I want to put up for sale, but they've been kind of sitting there. So like if anyone's in my house, I have like books everywhere. And my parents' house are like that also. There's books everywhere. But I actually have thousands of books up for sale also besides, so the ones on my shelf are the ones that I've read. And then I have a room with books that I haven't read, or some older books that I just haven't organized, like from when I was in New York. And then I have piles of books on the floor that I haven't read yet. So generally how to try to keep it. I don't put it on my shelf till I've read them.
So there's still empty spots on the shelf.
No, I need more shelves. I was thinking of putting in my kitchen. I don't have any more room in my living room for another bookshelf. So I in my kitchen. I think I might be able to fit probably just one bookshelf. But
Don't you cook in there?
well, on the opposite side of my kitchen, I think I
Still,
included bookshelf.
still.
The what?
I mean, still putting books in the kitchen. That's odd. I don't
Um,
want to say hoarder level, but sort of pops into my head.
yeah, I was thinking of buying some more bookshelves because, like, if you see the shelves, most of them I have like the shelf is full, and then I have books on top, like from on top of the books to the top of the shelf, and then I'm already stacked up books on top of my shelf too. So like my shelves are full.
Do you have any cookbooks?
I have a few cookbooks. I have cookbooks for sale. My dad has a lot of cookbooks, and
Well, Tinkle was just saying you could put cookbooks in the kitchen, and I guess I agree that's not that weird, but any kind of a book collection in a kitchen, that isn't a cookbook. It's odd. Just saying.
well, it'd be like a full. My kitchen's pretty big.
Don't you have a basement
I have a basement. My basement's pretty full also.
of books?
No, my basement is not finished, and it could I'm in a flood area, so I have a sump pump, but occasionally there's flooding, so I try to avoid that. My kitchen's pretty big. It's like 15 feet, probably like it's probably 15 feet long. So on the far wall, it'd be like a full 15 feet away from like the sink and stove.
15 feet. It's hard to visualize that. Isn't that only 3 times 5? So it's like if 3 5-foot tall people were sprawled out on the floor.
Well, so I have
It's just because, like, I'm thinking that the smell from the food's gonna get stuck in the books. Like, I don't even have books out. I don't have that many books, but they're squirreled away because I don't want them to get damaged from a cooking that I do.
yeah, mine. I'm thinking is only. I mean, I'll see what I do, but yeah, I mean, it's possible I'm gonna. Yeah, I could put shelves upstairs or reorganize and
Do you still have a roommate?
no, I got rid of her like 6 months ago.
Yeah, there you go. So you could theoretically just book the entire house up.
My house is already booked up everywhere, but I'm saying I have stacks of books. So the books I have for sale are just kind of stacks on the floor. Uh, some of them pretty high, some of them leaning against walls like 2-3 feet high. So I could buy shelves to put the stuff I have for sale. Clear up room on the floor. Um, in my parents' house is like that everywhere. They've have bookshelves besides where they have furniture and a few like other things. There's basically bookshelves everywhere that are full. So like every spare area in my parents' house, which is pretty big actually.
Have you
Thank
thought
God.
about moving?
To what?
Have you just thought about moving to like somewhere with more room?
No, I mean because it'd be too much of a hassle, and I'd consider renting a space for a business. Because I work out of my house, so I could. And my business really isn't that big. I really only sell like an average of 5 things a day. Um,
That's
but
pretty
yeah, I
good.
could rent. I could rent like a warehouse and then keep all the stuff for sale, and then I'd go in the morning and uh, you know, package up everything I sold or organize, doing inventory there. So that I've considered, but as of now, it's unlikely. And there really is not much money in books.
I'd be going nuts if I were you. I'd just be wanting to get rid of them for my own mental health. Sounds like, is there tripping hazards? Because hoarding's kind of like adds up incrementally. It's hard to say when it starts really being a problem.
My dad might be more like a hoarder, but um, I'm actually selling this stuff. So I have them organized, somewhat alphabetized or sectioned, and they're for sale. So, like, just as we were doing week in review, I sold two things. So, like, I'll go get them. One of them's upstairs, one of them's probably in my living room. And, then I'll package them up. But no, I'm not really a hoarder. I'm not really I don't even, I mean, I actually have like a whole bunch of stuff I could sell. I've just been slow about putting them up on eBay because it's time consuming and I don't really need the money now. I mean, the extra money, like I'm saying, like I could, maybe nice to, I could probably figure out how to spend it if I want to, but I've said I don't, that I'm just kind of lazy to advance my business because I actually have a whole bunch of stuff more to sell that I haven't put up to sell that's just sitting in inventory. I started getting records too, so I have records now also. So I'm going to start selling records. And I'm selling comic books also.
Kind of funny to think of a comic book store as being something opening, you opening something like basically a warehouse in 2022.
Merchant, just the happy merchant. Say like I look like the happy merchant meme even. I don't read comic books, but comic books are actually more valuable. I mean, some of them. So it's just
Well, yeah, because they have like the cult following, right?
well, yeah, collectible memorabilia. Well, I'm
Yeah.
gullible, but I mean, things have a value, of price. So like you're merchant, want to make some money. Like if I had a family to provide for, so just to meet my own expenses, my own expenses aren't that high. So I, work kind of like I don't work that much because, like I'm expand my business. But if I had like a family and kids, then I would probably be a slave to meeting my own, just like, God forbid, like, kids in Jewish private schools, cost a fortune, cost like $20,000 a year tuition. Um, like I'd be working like all day every day if I had a family and kids. Like to go to Italy, make extra few $1,000s to go to Italy. Like that, I'm pretty sure I could do. Like I'm actually thinking that's a good idea. Like I should plan on it. The science of
I
consciousness.
think you totally should. It'd be great. I wish I was more positive on the whole thing, I just have all these, horrible memories cropping up. It's like, it happened, whatever. Could I have avoided it though? Still not sure that I've quite learned the lesson on that conflict avoidance. But yeah, I think it'd be great because it's such a beautiful place. And you've never been to Europe, have you?
Yeah, I was in Europe like 3 times. I went to London, Paris, and Amsterdam.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know that. Why did I think it? Because you said you just never saw a point to traveling anywhere, unless there was like a purpose. So I guess there was a purpose when you went there.
I haven't really traveled in like 10 years.
Was there a purpose when you went to Europe, or was it leisure?
It was to see my parents when I was in Israel.
Okay.
My parents went to Europe, and I went from Israel to, they never went to Israel. So they went to Europe, and I went from Israel and joined them on their trip to Europe. In fact, my dad was part of when he was, I forget exactly what, he was part of this medical history organization. So now he goes to like basically all my dad's travels. My parents would travel occasionally for other things, but almost all of my dad's vacations, my parents' vacations are around medical conferences, which he requires for his training. In fact, my dad just did his he did like a very difficult continuing medical education through the Mayo Clinic. You know the Mayo Clinic?
Yeah, I've referenced their website a bunch of times.
Yeah, so he just got some sort of certification through the Mayo Clinic. But yeah, I think my dad goes to like 2 medical conferences each year, and usually they're like designed to be vacation conferences. That's the way they design them, where you do your continuing education. There's lectures, and they're usually in some sort of vacation area, or you could pick them. And so my dad does 2 vacations a year that are medical seminars. So those were like medical history seminars. And so when he went to those cities, they were like specific to medical history. That I mean, he toured and did a few things also, but it was some like special training on like medical history that he went to Europe for. And then my mom went, and some of my sister went also.
Might as well go just for the sake of going. I know you don't think that there's any point probably to just pure leisure, but
Well, I'm more educational type, so I'm not a leisure type.
to me, there's something to learn in leisure that you can't learn in anything else. So
I mean,
I've not taken that many leisure trips, but I've enjoyed a couple.
I'm a boomer, like saying like if I went to Italy, I would probably do museums. I would probably want to take a day to go to the Vatican, to Rome. I'm not sure what there is in Sicily. Like I know the boat, maybe take a boat tour, like a museum, maybe the Jewish section if there's something like Jewish related. But like yeah, I'm a museum, historical sites type, boomer type, like from my parents. That's what they do. Like they go to a place and it's museums, art museum, history museum. And if it was me, like I would probably find like the Jewish related stuff too. And are you a museum type?
Um, let's go with no. Although I've enjoyed museums in the past.
Like nature, if they went to Sicily, like you would like find like a hiking trail to or something.
I would like to get ham showed with some locals. I basically enjoy tasting the terroir, so to speak. Obviously, if it's somewhere French, I'm going to see if I can get into a thing of actually convoing with some Frenchies in the best way possible of interpreting that. Yeah, that's what I would be looking to do is let the good times roll.
was like Sicily, I think, has the water. So I mean, you could take like a boat tour. Um, there's probably like historical. Like I'm a history guy, so if I was in Sicily, I would want to see some of like the famous historical sites. My parents are more art. I'm not such an art guy, I'm more a history guy. Um, I would probably want to go to like the Vatican, Sistine Chapel, um, to see that. Maybe some like churches. I don't know, like morning mass. I don't know, see the Pope or something like that. I don't know if I'd do that. Uh, there's wine country like Tuscany or something, like famous wineries, like aqueducts. Like Rome has the Colosseum. Those are probably like tourist attractions. You could get like a tour, pay admissions. Um, like buy stuff. My parents are boomers, so they like buy things. I don't know if I'm old enough where I would like go to the gift shop and like load up on all the books in the gift shop. You're saying you just want to go to like the nightlife, walk around.
No.
In the nightlife, you just want to walk around, or
Well, it really depends who I'm with. Am I with a group? If it's just me, it's completely different. So I'm not sure. When it's
I
just
don't
been
know.
me, it's been basically playing
I don't know
around,
if the
doing
Science of
football,
Consciousness
and getting
conference would.
hammered, but getting in a stylish way, and like not in a like you know you pissed yourself in the pool, God forbid, but like in a way that doesn't end up regretted in the future. Like one
You said,
time, I went to Mexico and went to Shelha.
and
I
you
think
got
that's what
drunk.
it's
Like
called.
you went to Mexico and got drunk.
No, I didn't get drunk in Shell. I did, but I didn't get drunk in Shell High. It's like a free diving spot where you can snorkel around some fish. So I spent the whole day doing that. That was fun. But I spent a good part of that vacation just doing basically nothing by the pool and eating at the buffet. Because that to me sounds awesome. I mean, just being in a place, that's kind of enough for me. I don't need to go necessarily anywhere. That sounds terrible, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, like God forbid, like
All right. Well, when I went to this conference is in Italy, is that right?
you're Sicily.
Okay. So when I went to Rome, I went shopping like a lot, even though I was only there for like 3 days for work. I was just power shopping because I mean, you can get amazing deals. So, and styles are just so nice. So,
What, clothes shopping?
uh-huh. Yeah, like really amazing deals. It's hard to describe. They just have these amazing streets in Europe. It's little, they call them quartier in French. So, like a neighborhood, I guess. It doesn't really translate. Um, but yeah, I just soaked that in, and I went to London one time, and I ended up being at the hotel exceedingly late. And I was completely messed up from the time difference. And I met a guy at the bar because I was basically couldn't find any food other than chips at the next door. So anyway, chips and beer was all I could find for food. And he told me that he saw Irvine Welsh at a soccer game. And that was awesome for me to just have a convo with someone. I don't know, probably lasted 45 minutes at most. So I just like to basically savor experiences that are unrepeatable. I don't know. Does that help?
Um, I mean, it doesn't help me, but I think that's what you like to do. That's who you are.
Well, you were asking me what I like to do on vacation, and it's like almost sort of depends on where I'm going. So if you were
Yeah,
gonna
I don't
go,
take vacation. Like, I was
yeah,
joking. Like vacation is an opportunity to catch up on work. And so, like me, like no, I mean, if it was vacation, like, I mean, one thing, like no, if I go, it's not vacation, it's for a conference, and if I had extra time, it would be like work. It wouldn't be like I wouldn't do like vacation or relaxing. I would want to see as many of the important things to see as possible. Um, like I don't think I'd do like a like go to the beach or something, or something relaxing. It's unlikely. It would probably be like a more museum, especially if I was in Europe or like Italy.
Some
It
of the
would probably
best experiences I've ever had were just lying by the pool, though. I'm just amazed that someone could go their whole life never just chillaxing for an extended period of time.
but I could lie by the pool at my parents' house. I don't have to go. I don't have to travel to lie by a pool. And so like it was in Italy, like
Okay, so you lie by the pool sometimes, meaning you do see the value in leisure.
no, I never lie by the pool. I'm saying occasionally I take a nap, but like no, I never lie by a pool. I've never once lied by the like. I mean, my parents don't really have a
Okay, so
set
you
up.
said you could lie by the pool just now, but you hadn't actually taken up that possibility to this point. Okay.
I've laid
The
down for a nap in my parents' house, but like I never. Um, I lay down like to take a nap in my house occasionally. And my mother's up there in age; she takes a nap every day. But like on vacation, I don't think. No, I mean, I like I'm driven. I would want to, like especially if I went to a place
Well,
like
I'm
Rome.
driven too. I'm really driven too. I just see the value of leisure because it helps me focus for my work. So, just seems like if I never took a vacation, I'd be super stressed and bitter and whatever. But whatever, that's a personal belief, I guess. But it sounds like even when you're in a vacation type environment, you're just like business like about it.
Well, I mean, business is business. No, I'm saying like, but educational. Like, I would want to see historical, things like museums or learn. Maybe have like a nice meal, but no, it would probably be pretty serious and concerned about my time, and so
What
to
I
say,
love is taking a vacation so long you can just forget about time entirely.
oh, not man, I don't see that. Life is too short. Like, I don't think that's ever going to happen in my lifetime.
Life
I mean,
is too.
business is business. I'm saying like you're talking about like financial transactions, trying to make some money, or like going to like buy things, or uh, I would even put like the going to Italy would kind of be like business. If I went to Italy, the Science of Consciousness conference, it would be business, not leisure.
So what's the point of it all?
What it would be to network and meet some of the biggest names in consciousness, and I would probably excessively like I would probably spend a ton of the time like reading. Like, I would probably collect all the reading material that they had, the lobby, whatever they had to hand out. I would probably buy, like books and stuff that they had for sale, and I would probably prepare like because there would be people I would want to meet. I would read um, the articles of the presentation. Some of the people I wanted to meet and speak to, I would read through their stuff. Like I would prepare. So I would probably, and so if I did travel, like if I went to Rome, I would probably like spend most of the ride there reading, and I would probably at night when the conference was over, I would probably like late into the night be reading materials to benefit more from the conference.
Yeah. When I went to conferences, I was always just trying to connect with people as deeply as possible to get as much knowledge from them, like practically speaking, as possible.
Well, I'm preparing by reading their materials, researching them. And so, like, you know, the
Nah,
conference.
sometimes it's good just to have a fresh start. Sometimes someone will tell you more if they think you don't know who they are. And it's more convincing to not know who someone is than to fake it.
I mean, seriously, I mean, if a science account, all of these people have written papers. And so if you're going to speak to the people about their research, you're saying that you've read their research and you know, like time
Oh,
is
sure.
short. So you're saying
But
that, you know,
I mean, being familiar with research versus context is more what I meant. It's definitely good to know what's being presented.
you know, like you're going to speak to somebody and be like, oh, can you tell me what you're doing? It's like, have you read my, you know, like, I mean, have you read my work? I'm like, no.
Yeah, that's what the way people treat me, right? Just shit on everything I say, don't understand it, and dismiss it all, and presuppose the being right. That's
Yeah, so prepare to get the most out of it. And saying, I mean, if I was going to spend the money to go to Italy, like I would definitely prepare months in advance. Like, you know, I've been preparing a few years for this, you know, just reading all these books and preparing. But, you know, saying that as it got closer, I would prepare for the actual people that were going to be there, for the people that I wanted to speak to, and you know exactly what I wanted to ask them, or you know, have my research down, know their material very well.
cool. Yeah, that's sounds enormously stressful, but productive.
Okay, so let's wrap up, and I got tomorrow mob talk at 2 with John Wolf. Wednesday 4 p.m. We'll do another tour of my library, probably my Islamic section. Um, and the next Sunday we can review. So Thanksgiving here in America this Thursday. I'm not sure Luke is still in Australia. I'm not sure if he's streaming. I haven't you know, really been following. He's been posting stuff, but
That's true. He seems to have posted more than usual
well,
this
because he's
last
probably
little
not
while.
working.
Did you talk to him? I guess he didn't go on a show or anything.
No, I think it's been like a week and a half or something since I spoke to him, and like, you know, I'm not sure I'm going to be on his chat or something like that to see, and I'm not sure if he's talking to anybody or if he didn't get that much viewership. So okay, so have a great week. I guess you're going to stay on. Feel free.
I'll just say goodbye to the audience and probably wrap it up soon. I'm just looking at these pictures from Sicily. This is the place, right?
Where the Science of Consciousness conference is in May.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's 6 months away. So I mean, 6 months, but yeah, half a year. So I said if I do seriously go, I'll probably I'd probably have to decide by you know, January or um you know, February. I'd have to get my passport renewed, and then I probably have to you know, book the hotel or plane tickets months in advance. But you know, probably got at least another 2-3 months to decide. But yeah, I'm thinking it's a good idea, and you know, some you know, direction. So keep that in mind. So sign off. Have a great week, and you know, good work on your writing. Like, keep on trying. And did you get that Steven Pinker book?
Not yet.
You ever tried like a course?
I
You know,
forget
just
what it was called. Do you remember what it was called by any chance?
no. But
Oh well.
yeah, I
Sure.
mean, said if you have a chance, like, you know, besides for your ideas and advancing your ideas to just advance your writing skills. So set aside regular time for that, and so have a great week.
Thanks for coming on the show, and thanks for everybody coming in the audience. Notice Tim said asserting bold ideas with no backing is a tough sell, though. Not really. It sort of depends if you're comfortable with the idea or not. So you have to, once you have a principle that you believe in and it defines who you are, nothing's going to allow you to deviate from that. So if you have to say something that is a bold idea with no backing, sometimes that's what the situation calls for. And if you spend, just sort of try to put yourself in my position, of spending years of trying to make certain points and not really getting anywhere with it, and having a really hard time understanding why. So if we want to look at it like options, you got the hit with the bold facts, or try to engineer the conversation towards agreeing with you, or try to put a bunch of persuasive points in order. So, I mean, it's not really, none of those is really appropriate for just a casual conversation. So, you're just really talking about convos that are about ideas. And sometimes you just have to sort of say something. And realize that trying to sell something is actually counterproductive for some stuff. Because there's a point where it's not as compelling if the person doesn't actually believe in what they're representing. So it's kind of tricky. But because there's already a tradition, I just have to look to it and don't have to worry about being wrong if I know what is right. So kind of hoping, or not hoping, but relying just on a sort of self-selection mechanism where there's enough respect for the audience to make their own decision. Anders, thanks for reminding me about that book. Yeah, I know we talked about it last week and it completely slipped my mind. Honestly, I'm not a big fan of books. Yeah, I wish it wasn't this way, but it unfortunately is. And yeah, I need to just buckle down and do it. Here we go. Wonder if I can just listen to it read in a soothing voice. I think this is the one that we were mentioning last week. All right, so it's called Rationality, What It Is, Why It Seems Scarce, Why It Matters. Great. We'll see if this makes a difference. I really find here's my issue with the analytics is they cannot back their claims up. And then it becomes kind of mean. And they're not the only ones, but it's just like, what am I supposed to do with that? I want to agree, but now I got all these mean people that it's like, agreeing with mean people? What? All right. Huh. Can reading a book make you more rational? That would be awesome if that were the case. I think maybe modern day, like, books are necessary but not sufficient condition for knowledge because they're a source of maybe like a type of raw data that is then meta collated. So looks like it says Pinker rejects the cliche that humans are an irrational species. Yeah, just from recent research, it kind of seems hard to because you got this like deterministic physics laws idea, which sort of seems like then yeah, our behavior would be quote logical, but then there's all this silly behavior and disagreement. So does it make sense to sort of start with a rational supposition or irrational? If you start with rational, you have to then account for irrationality and vice versa. So there's problems either way. So this kind of sounds like it's a description perhaps of a predetermined method, but I'm, looking for a book that will basically give me a formula for how to write that will make sense to me. That's just like a method I can iterate. And if there is no such method, then it's just an art. And then it's a matter of like learning the art. But then it's a question like, can you really learn to be that good at an art? And then does it make sense to not be the voice of your own art, not paint your own portrait, so to speak? Yeah. So thanks everyone for tuning in and looking forward to the next one. See you all next.